just heard some officers talking about picking up their protection cut from a taco van that's moving product. We need to cut off that revenue stream. Copy that. Stand down.
Hey, are you busy? There's been a development with the attempted buyout, and we may need your help. Please swing by my office as soon as you can.
through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
You fucking moron!
It's coming at you. I'll get back to it then.
Dude, seriously?
Shit.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels? I'll bring it by. All right, I'll get back to work. Need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. I'll bring it to you. You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Guess you didn't see me. You make me sick. Whatever.
Okay, I got stuff to do. What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around. It's on the way.
It, considering that anyone selling that is 100% going to hell. Some warned that God was punishing us through this technological crisis. Considering that anyone sells that is 100%.
You through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride? It's coming at you. o'clock. What you want? Some wheels?
Hi, Mom. Good news, I'm pregnant again. Oh, it'll be fine. The tax credit alone pays for the first 3 months of diapers. And I've narrowed the dad down for 2 jobs.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
That calls boss.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. I'll bring it by. You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Yo, your car paint is sick.
I'll bring it to you.
How's it going? How's it going? Hey! See ya. Hey! See ya. Another long-ass day. I need a vacation. Hey! See ya. How's it going? See ya. Hey! See ya.
What's up? If this degenerate sideshow we got going don't work out, this place really got potential. take the roof off even when it's chilly as shit. What's the point of having it if you ain't gonna use it?
Hey! See ya.
See you later.
See ya.
Sir, how can I help? There shall be a vehicle with you as soon as possible.
San Andreas is still the place where dreams are made. This is where counterculture began and then morphed into a nanny state. A place that preaches environmental stewardship but has a terrible public transit system and the worst air in the world. Experience more of San Andreas in the suburban sprawl. No sense of community and no building more than 30 years old. Where fluffy children's theme park memories are burned.
Put your mark on it, huh? What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around. I'll get back to work. Calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot.
Some of these morons still believe in dinosaurs.
I'll get back to it then. I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels? It's on the way.
Boss. Hello. What can I do for you? Just let me know what you need. How do you choose between your children? You do know that I've got 2 degrees, both in finance? What's cooking? Let me know. So, we going to have a good week, boss? You're looking good. Really. I'm here for you, boss. 100%. Look, we're having some problems in that area. It's gonna have to wait. As soon as you've decided, I'll get the Pegasus rep to prepare the vehicle. Sure, it's on the way to the helipad.
Ah, hello, sir. Greetings, sir. Welcome back, sir. Welcome home, sir.
Hi.
I shall add the following markers to your profile, sir. Tenacious, formidable, big and beefy.
I'm otherwise occupied, so call back later. You heard? Need something, huh? One of your rides?
What's your fucking problem? Okay, okay, you're the alpha, okay?
I'm with you.
Go on, get lost.
Ain't no joke.
I'll get back to it then.
Oh, dear God! Ah!
Oh, that's enough. I'm making a call.
Oh. Oh. Oh, hell! Ah! God!
Ah, hello, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Hey!
Hi.
Good to see you, boss. Hello. What do you need? Quite a collection you've got here. You're looking good. Really.
No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
I'm here for you, boss. 100%.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there? That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true. Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so say what you will about Nick Fuentes. I'm sure you'll all have your say. You've all got a lot to say for yourselves, so let me know in the comments. But say what you will about him. I think we should not overlook the fact that Nick Fuentes is absolutely fucking hilarious. I talk seriously about that.
Do you think? Yeah, I do actually. I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Yeah, so when I saw that Nick Fuentes was on Piers Morgan Uncensored, and when I saw that Nick Fuentes was on there, I couldn't click fast enough because I knew it was going to be epic, this generational clash between one person, Piers Morgan, who sort of represents, he unites all of the worst characteristics of the boomer generation in one man.
That's a prominent conservative in America has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay.
that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I
mean,
do.
we all grow up?
I do.
And
Nick Fuentes, who's kind
You're
of like the
looking very
sharp,
sharp, boss.
the edgiest sort of, the most scary for the boomer generation manifestation of the Zoomers, the Generation Z kids.
Can we all grow
He
up?
murdered
That
12
is just
million people.
childish.
He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
So,
See,
you going to
and
have a good week,
it's just
boss?
cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool.
Who, have more information available to them and more knowledge of how to access and put into practice, articulate that information than any other generation that's ever lived. And you've got that in Nick Fuentes coming up against a wishy-washy, any way the wind blows, keeping up with the Joneses, tabloidy bullshit, boomer generation.
You do know that I've got 2 degrees, both in finance.
Again, I'm generalizing, but Piers Morgan really is that. Okay, you can see it in this interview. I knew he wouldn't be able to survive a debate with Nick Fuentes, because for all of Piers Morgan's business savvy, his ability to put on a show, he is just an empty
We're
content
having
vessel.
a little trouble with that stuff. Can't do it now, but maybe later. You got a nice fleet, boss.
He doesn't have really a Northern Star guiding principles or much self-awareness, no real personality at all. And he's coming up against Nick Fuentes, who, honestly, I think he might be a full psychopath, but he's sharp.
Yeah, just to establish for the debate.
No, I'm straight. Unlike you, I'm empathetic. I'm able to place myself in other people's shoes and see the world from a perspective and realize...
You empathize? You place yourself in gay people's shoes?
Yeah, and I can
see imagine what it would be like to be gay?
No, I imagine what it would be like to be at the receiving end of your
receiving end. You empathize with the receiving end, huh?
He's a very sharp psycho, and he is very, very funny and just doesn't give a fuck. He's been debanked, he's been cancelled on every platform. Everything that you can do to him has been done, besides imprisonment, which he's come close to a couple of times, I think. And there's just no way for Piers Morgan to survive this. And it just got gradually more and more hilarious, the interview, as it went on. Let's take a look at some of the best bits.
Who's Daniel Boland? Oh, Daniel Boland, this is a heavy hitter. Do you guys know who this is?
I find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we can joke about.
Why, too soon?
Truly exhausted. Very productive conversation. I asked every single question. I mean, from Egyptian planes to Turning Point USA Faith. And I was very surprised by some of the answers that I got. And I think they were also very surprised when I shared certain intel. This probably should have happened a very long time ago, but I wanted to let you guys know I am alive, and I will have the full rundown for you guys tomorrow, what transpired. And yeah, I think it was definitely a very big step in the right direction. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. My hubby and I
Are you fucking a monster?
Is it too soon to make jokes? So this is a really good example early on of the tone of the whole interview, and it really is a strange thing. It's strange to me that Piers Morgan would think he stood a chance against someone like Nick Fuentes. He really has no self-awareness at all, because Piers Morgan is just the typical tabloid journalist. I mean, he wants to get Nick Fuentes on for the clicks, and he wants to ask him a couple of awkward questions to back him into
You
a couple
thought
of
about giving
corners.
me some
Chairs, boss? Oh, hi. What can I do for you? How do you choose between your children? What's cooking? Let me know. I'm ready to go on this end. Remember, I'll do anything as long as it's legal. Ish. Did I mention that I have an MBA? They're bringing your personal vehicle around right now.
It's being flown in. You need to drop.
Oh boy, here comes the Jew. We allow a Jewish guy here at this point as this like the ace up Pierce's sleeve, the Jew up his sleeve. And look, if you watch the whole interview, I would advise that you need to just go away and watch the 2 hours. He says on several occasions he's not defending what Hitler did. He's not saying the Holocaust is a good thing. Obviously, killing people is terrible. I think the whole point with Nick Fuentes is he doesn't care if you call him racist. He doesn't mind saying, oh, the edits of Hitler are pretty cool. And there are more pressing issues. It's good to remember history, but I think there is another point to be made which we've never really been allowed to make, which is don't let history cloud your vision of what you're seeing today. And Nick, if you watch the rest of the interview, you'll see, makes the point that I think, and it's certainly a feeling I've always had growing up, is that the shadow of the Holocaust and Hitler hanging over everyone. It's like it's everyone's the Godwin's law. It's everyone's thing that they end up saying. Oh, that's basically what the Nazis did. Oh, so you're basically a Nazi. It's sort of a Voldemort kind of situation. Oh, that's the worst thing that ever happened. Yes, it is. But it doesn't mean that anything you do that's in any way similar, just not all nationalism is a Holocaust, right? Not all pride, patriotism is Nazism, right? And I think that's what Nick's main point is. But because Pierce will not engage with him in any sort of serious way, it's just this stupid, gotcha, tabloidish interview. He's being facetious. And, well, you'll see this. I've only got a couple more clips that I really want to look at. I'm saving the best one for me, the worst one for me, until last, that really got on my nerves. But we'll look at this one a little bit more.
I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine, Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. Well, let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here.
My mum's died in the Harvey.
He reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States.
Yeah, the American publicists, they definitely know how to market things better. Two Roads Home is definitely a cooler title than Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. Yeah, we're so gay in England.
Since he says he's on Team Hitler.
Me mum died in the Harvey.
Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up 1 out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war.
A lot of you are going to see Nick smirking away in the bottom corner there, and you're going to think, what an evil bastard. I've got to say, my parents and people at the age of Piers Morgan kind of thing, they seem to think they lived through the war when they really didn't. My grandparents did. I've said before on this channel that my grandmother lost 7 brothers and sisters and her father in the same night when a bomb fell on the house. There were only 4 survivors. It was a huge tragedy. First of all, the same night when a bomb fell on the house. There were only 4 survivors. Corner there, and you're going to think, what an evil bastard. I've got to say, I've had my parents' generation, and people at the age of Piers Morgan kind of thing, they seem to think they lived through the war when they really didn't. My grandparents did. I've said before on this channel that my grandmother lost 7 brothers and sisters and her father in the same night when a bomb fell on the house. There were only 4 survivors. It was a huge tragedy. First of all, she didn't tell it like a sob story. It's as sad as it was, it's tragic.
as it was. But it was her story to tell as well. That's the thing. When people from my parents' generation talk about the horrors of war as though they're passing on their knowledge to the next generation, you have no knowledge. I watched the same documentaries as you. I spent more time speaking to my grandparents than any of my uncles and aunts did. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's very patronising and annoying to listen to the generation of our parents. I'm avoiding saying boomers because I don't want to generalise and say everyone's like that. But it is a trait that generation had. The first generation to live in abject comfort in the history of the world is telling us how it is all the fucking time. It's like we've seen everything. I mean,
what the fuck?
Yes. Are we? I have some sympathy with Nick Fuentes, who's just kind of saying, okay, all right, look, it's horrible what happened to this guy's parents, this Jewish guy who's talking here. But we know.
So you might ask him whether he would rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin collective farm sent my grandmother and my to a state collective farm sent my grandfather to the Gulag, you might try asking why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old, so perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes. Although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years.
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching, you know?
Yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through, so
yeah.
maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go. The families whose family members.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we got all that. Me mom, like we're, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care. Some of you watching might think that
Me
is
mom got in the hobby.
I don't care. Like he doesn't give a shit when they're talking about something so serious. But I understand this sort of fatigue of being patronised by a given generation about something we know about. He says later in the interview, he says several things. Every death is a tragedy. He's not supporting genocide. He's just saying the uniforms are cool, the edits are cool. It's an edgy thing to say, and he's just having a bit of a laugh. That's not one of his big, serious political points, that Hitler's uniforms were cool. It's just a thing that he's observed, and I think he's probably noticed is like a... it's a thing that you're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to say anything about the Nazis were cool. And I'm bloody sick of it. No, but you're allowed to like the Hugo Boss uniforms, but not like genocide. Some might think that's a slippery slope. I don't.
What do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Oh. And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I do.
Can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
He
up?
murdered
That
12
is just
million
childish.
He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions, and then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, "Oh, that guy's very funny, mate." And it's like, shut up! Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide, so let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Anyway, look, I get it. This is a sensitive topic, and I understand why some people get all uptight when you're being humorous and facetious about something like the Holocaust. But whatever. That's not me personally. I get that he's being sarcastic. I get that Nick's just sort of being facetious. And I think the reason he's being like that, by the way, is because it's not really a good faith interview. Piers Morgan's just trying to catch him out and go, see, you are a racist. And it's like he doesn't care. And he's immediately sort of bored by the interview, I think. It's just sort of, it very quickly turned into a game to Nick, I think, really. It's not, I don't think he's taking the conversation seriously at all. And yeah, why would you, to be honest? I don't think Piers Morgan is a very serious person. But I didn't find any of it annoying.
I stopped getting stabbed in London for 2 hours to watch this.
Crime stats. Now, why do I love crime stats? I do have a bit of a fixation for them. And it's just that people deliberately misunderstand them. And that really bothers me. And Piers Morgan did this to a point where he looked genuinely mentally ill. Like, mentally subnormal. That's how Piers came across. He's either completely lying in this next section, or he really understands way less than I thought he did about anything, and should never be listened to ever again, no matter how many freaks he gets on his show.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men.
Okay, so several things piss me off right out the gate there, and it gets worse. But first of all, it's picking school shootings, and he says the vast majority are committed by young white men. Well, we'll get to that, proportionately. Anyway, not so much. But anyway, we'll get back to that. He's picking school shootings. Now, as tragic as school shootings are, I don't think people understand how much gun violence there is in the US. He said, since the turn of the century, the vast majority have been committed by... Okay, how many people do you think have died since the turn of the century in school shootings in the US? You want to guess? It's just over 500. Students, teachers, police have died. Just over 500 people. That sounds like a lot. How many people do you think die on average in the US every year from gunfire?
40,000?
It's around 45 to 48,000 people.
God.
Now, they're not all homicides. Around 15 to 20,000 of them are. 15 to 20,000 people per year are killed with guns in the US. Homicided. Yeah, why didn't you look into those stats? So you're comparing 500 people with around 500,000.
Fucking retards.
It's so disingenuous. And what is with the desperation to cook yourself? I mean, Christ, your wife's doing a good enough job already.
It's a proportion of...
And what is with the desperation to cook yourself? I mean, Christ, your wife's doing a good enough job already.
And I'm just
He loves Daddy Harley.
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools. Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
Been reading the stats there off the screen. He's getting fed the stats in real time. Two-thirds. Two-thirds. It's two-thirds of school shootings. White males. That is the percentage of white people. You fucking idiot. It's not overrepresented. Well, you could say white men are 33% of the people, so it's like they're overrepresented. Great, whatever. There's been 48,000 a year. He's such a hack. Getting fed the stats, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Two-thirds of school shooters. You absolute hack. But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. 65% of school shootings.
Are you telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people? I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that smart?
It's list of the children lying dead on the ground.
Yeah, that was exactly my reaction. I'm gritting my teeth watching this for the second time. It's agony. It's agony watching him sit there pretend. To talk about how Nick Fuentes is dangerous. Is it not dangerous to have a twat like this completely manipulate any spats watching Piers Morgan right now? Might be under the impression that Nick is wrong here. It's so infuriating. If Piers Morgan doesn't understand what he's saying here, then we've got a big problem. He should be off. Like, get him out. Get him out. Nobody should be ever listening to him ever again. And if he's doing it to wind us all up, to mislead us, then he's a bigger twat now than he was in COVID. See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is,
I'm saying to you is, by your logic,
radically
if we now
their
agree
conscience.
The vast majority of mass shootings in schools
Got
are
to start to
committed by
get
white
courageous.
people and predominantly
And this is the
young
time
white men.
for everybody
Then
to turn
presumably
and
your
look to
advice
God.
would be to avoid young
To
white
pray
men.
and to ask for strength and to ask for wisdom to get through this time and to transform and sanctify this country. So are you playing dumb or are you actually...
It's going to be only America. America. The American people will come first once again.
My mom died not holy.
You got the pickup point.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Monday. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. Big show. It's been a very eventful weekend. But it's not good. Too much violence. And our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the terror attack in Australia, which I'm sure you've heard about at Bondi Beach. And allegedly this is an ISIS attack. This is the narrative. Earlier in the weekend, there was a massive shooting. 2 gunmen, a father and a son, both Muslim, shooting at, I believe it was a Hanukkah party on the beach, and they killed over a dozen people. Absolutely horrific and brutal and tragic. Of course, the question is, who are the perpetrators? And that's a very, I would say, curious little question, because the shooters appear to have been trained. They look like professionals. They used bolt-action rifles, shooting and chambering a lot of rounds in a short amount of time. Question is, who is responsible? These are Muslims, but things are not always as they seem. What is the motivation? Is there a state sponsor? Are they part of a group? What is their real motivation? What is their ideology? That, of course, became the immediate question. And what's notable about the attack is how quickly they're now trying to spin the narrative. And the first thing that I heard, actually, from the British Telegraph is that these 2 shooters are from Iran. That they are backed by Iran in some way, shape, or form. That was the first narrative that came out. Now, the Prime Minister of Australia comes out and says, actually, they're affiliated with ISIS. It's an ISIS cell. They had been known to law enforcement going back 6 years because of their connections to ISIS. And they say that that was the motivation. Well, those are 2 completely different things. Iran is a Shiite country. ISIS is a Sunni group. Iran backs a lot of radical groups like Hezbollah or the Houthis, but they have regional goals. They have regional, local political goals. The Wahhabists or Salafists, ISIS, the kind of ideology that is backed by Saudi Arabia, comes from Iran's rival, and that does tend to have these more far-reaching goals, but also has been funded and armed and trained and equipped by the United States and Israel in the past. These are 2 completely different things, and yet the mainstream media is saying that they are both true at the same time. Clearly, it has a geopolitical significance that various countries want to capitalize on. So we'll talk all about that. We'll get into the shooting. We're also going to talk tonight about Trump's post about Robert Reiner, the actor. Him and his wife were murdered at their home, apparently by their son, Nick, who is a drug dealer, or I should say a drug addict. I imagine it has something to do with that. He was high. And I don't know that that's extremely relevant for a news show. It's, of course, another tragedy, another horrific act of violence, horrific murder. The political angle is that the President of the United States weighed in about the murder on Truth Social. And Trump came out today and said that he never liked Robert Reiner because he talked about Russiagate and all this other stuff, and it seemed like he was actually happy that the guy died. And it's a little bit funny that he said this, because earlier in the day, Jack Posobiec went out on Twitter and said, well, the difference between the right and the left is that when Charlie Kirk got shot, the right wing, or rather the left wing, celebrated. When this liberal Hollywood actor gets murdered by his son, MAGA is offering condolences. And then Trump comes out an hour later and says, I never liked him. He was killed because he sucked. He was killed because he was annoying. And I saw a lot of Trump supporters defend this. Everybody was outraged for the most part, but some of the president's strongest supporters defended it. They said, well, we're in a war. Charlie Kirk got shot. Trump got shot. The left celebrated, they say. So if we mourn our enemies, then we're just not serious. And I have a rebuttal to that. We'll get into it. We'll talk about all that stuff tonight. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. It's a little bit late tonight, but I was traveling all day. I'm a little out of it. I'm a little jet-lagged. Had a long day. And I was out of town this weekend. I was at I was supposed to be at the NYYRC Gala, the New York Young Republican Club Gala, their annual meeting. And I was disinvited at the last minute. I got an invitation, then they took the invitation away. That's where I was. And this has been going on for years. I'm friends with a lot of people in NYYRC. Every year they say, we're going to get you in. This is the year. We're finally going to let you come in. And I got invited to go this year. I even actually got offered a speaking slot. That was like an idea. Then they told me, no. Well, you can't speak, but you can attend the gala and you can go to the after party. For those that don't know, New York Young Republican Club, I guess it's the longest running Republican club in the country. And they're headquartered in New York City. They've been around for a while. Gavin Wax used to be the president. And they do this annual conference, this annual summit, and usually some major and minor Republican figures are there. So I was going to go out for the gala. I'm all ready to go. And then they send me at the last minute a disinvitation. They say, actually, you can't come because the sponsors are threatening to pull out and the board is threatening to resign. You can't go. I said, fuck it. I'm going anyway. So I met up with Sneeko. I had some other stuff to do. Met up with Basil and Benny from the Basil and Benny show. Great show. Check it out. I hung out with a bunch of different people, friends of mine in New York. And they do the gala on Saturday. I don't get to go. I'm not allowed in. I pull up to the after party. People are inviting me. Everybody's there. They kick me out of the after party. I pull up. Everybody's already a fan. Hey, can I get a picture? Hey, sign my whatever. They don't let me in the party. And as always, they go, well, look, you got to understand. There's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. They told me if I went to the gala that I would be the center of attention. They said they don't want the negative attention. They said that if I attended, I would steal the spotlight and it would be unfair to everybody. So that's a load of bullshit. And you know what else? Instead of me, they had Jack Posobiec as the keynote speaker. And I don't know how I feel about Jack. I don't really know what he's about. But he goes up to do the keynote address. He's wearing an American flag bow tie, holding up a rosary, and he posts some stupid nonsense on Twitter. He goes, we're going to retake Constantinople. And you know what that is? They're trying to bite my style. They're trying to bite my whole flow. I became the #1 political screamer this year, and I have the youth, and I'm viral, I have the young men, and they go, well, we have Nick Fuentes at home. I can't even go. They won't even let me in the building. I'm still the nigger of the world. We could maybe get you in through the back door, but don't tell anybody. That's how they treat me, like it's Jim Crow. Drink out of the other water fountain. Use the back entrance. And because I say the N-word, that's why. Because I'm anti-Israel, whatever. They don't let me go. And everybody, that's what they want. They want edgelord. They want Israel critical. They want Jewish critical. They want Catholic. They want racist. You can't have any of that, though, because Jews run the NYYRC, because they fucking run New York. So they go, oh, you like Nick Fuentes? Well, we have Nick Fuentes at home. He's a 45-year-old former intelligence officer. He's got an American flag bow tie, and he's going to talk about Constantinople and Francisco Franco. He's a base, trad, Catholic nationalist. And nobody's even watching the speech. Nobody's even paying attention. Because bro has no motion. Bro has no fans. Because at the end of the day, and here's why I bring this up. Here's why it's kind of funny. After everything that's happened this year, Tucker, Piers, everything, the whole generational run, my popularity on Instagram Reels, on TikTok, everybody is doing these articles and videos and conversations. Why is Nick Fuentes so popular? What's his secret? How does he do it? Why do they like this asshole? Why do they like this freak? And what's funny is in all these articles from like Rod Dreher and Ross Douthat and even Brett Weinstein, he did a video about it with Sargon of Akkad yesterday, Tucker Carlson. Whenever these people explain my appeal, they always fall back on, It's these young white men, and they have been attacked and ignored, and the economy sucks, and we need to bring them in from out of the cold. We need to take care of them. They have been abused, and now they want to support this guy who doesn't want to be a part of the club, who doesn't want to be a part of the system. And so they say, how can we get the young men back on side? Well, we'll kind of like pretend to be like Nick. We'll gesture towards being a muscular Christian. We'll gesture towards being pro-white or pro-Western or whatever. We'll gesture towards patriotism. Maybe we'll be a little racist. And it's like, look, you can do the talking points. You can put on the American flag. You can hold up the rosary. That's not what makes Nick Fuentes. That's not what makes this show. They think that they can put it on like it's another costume, because that's what they do. That's what these Republicans do. They put on a different outfit. They put on a different costume. Today we're LARPing as Nick Fuentes, and it's all just, it's all gimmicks. It's all a little bag of tricks. Holding up a rosary, draping ourselves in the flag. We're going to say Fran and Old Troon and Anon, and, and we're going to be just as good. We have Nick Fuentes at home. But what they don't have is they're not real human beings. None of these people are real humans. And what I mean by that is none of them give a fuck about you, about the country, about our race. They don't even read. They don't even care about politics. These people that go to the New York Young Republican Club, and even for that matter, the people in this administration in D.C., I can tell you this because I know them. I can tell you this because I've known them for a long time. And it's always been tense. There's always been a tension between me and them. And what I will tell you about the people in New York and the people in the influencer space and the people in DC, in the admin, the people in the think tanks, they're not even people. They come up to you, they shake your hand, they say, so what do you do? What's your position? What's your title? And that's really what it's all about for them. At all these places, and I'm not even just singling out, there's some good people at NYYRC, but it's these political creatures that call themselves Republicans. They don't have ideas. They don't think about ideas. They don't think about the country. They don't care about the country. They don't care that a race is being genocided. They don't care that standards have collapsed. They don't care that it's a big fucking joke. For them, it's all about the climb. One rung after another. It's just about the climb. One title on to the next. What can you do for me? What's the job? So that they can, I don't know, post an Instagram story about it. So they can show off. So they can post it on their LinkedIn. That's literally all it is. And everybody knows that. And that's the difference. The difference is that I care about the country. That's why I talk about white genocide. Because that is what is happening in the country. Nothing else matters. People talk about housing prices. Dude, fuck housing prices. Our race is dying. Okay? I don't care if houses cost $1 million. It would be worth it if we lived in a white country. We are living in Africa. We are living in Mexico. We are living in a Middle Eastern bazaar. We are living in India. And people go, gee, I think it's the housing prices. I think it's because the Thanksgiving turkey is up 10%. That's not the problem. People say it's because of the housing prices and Gamergate or whatever. We need clips of TikTok in the White House. We need clips of TikTok on steroids. Dude, our race is being genocided. It's over. White people are being shamed and guilted. We are being beat up and murdered in the streets. They want us gone. They want us to kill ourselves because we did the Holocaust. They're telling us in school, you're racist, you did the Holocaust, you're a piece of shit. Now you're going to commit suicide as a civilization. And someone like myself gets up and says, you know what, fuck you. Someone like me gets up and says, you know what, Jew, go back to fucking Israel with that attitude. You know what, with these black people, why don't you pull up your pants, learn how to act some decorum, put the phone off of speakerphone. We're coming up to these people and saying, hey, this is our country. Everybody's going to behave now. And they wonder why people like me. They wonder why people support me. They wonder why they go for me and they don't go for, whatever that was at the convention. Whatever's going on in MAGA world where they want 50-year mortgages and they want to bomb Iran and they want to have H-1B visas and the Epstein files are going to be buried under the White House. They wonder why. They say, gee, it must be housing. Gee, it must be because the left bullied white people. And another thing. Here's another thing I'll say. And by the way, this is it. This is so telling. So, as you know, the biggest chapter, maybe, of the generational run was the Tucker Carlson interview. We had a fine interview, but there's something weird going on. Because Tucker calls me on the phone and tells me, well, I wanted to apologize for getting angry with you, but you came after my dad, and that's a big problem, and whatever. We do this show. He's nothing but nice. He's acting like my best good friend. A friend to all is a friend to none. He's everybody's best good friend. Oh, so warm, so affable. We do the show. Ever since the show, all this guy does is call me an anti-Semite. He says I'm a hater. He acts like my popularity is a problem to be solved. It's a symptom of a disease that must be cured. Well, this one takes the cake. This weekend, Tucker goes on the All In podcast with the Little Tech Bros led by David Sachs. And these guys are spooked up. Remember, this is when Trump went on this podcast last year and said staple green cards to diplomas. Trump agreed to go on the podcast after David Sachs held a fundraiser at his house for Trump, and that was connected by J.D. Vance, okay? So these are the networks. It's very spooked up. And anyway, Tucker goes on All In this weekend, and it's so telling. He does this big monologue and says that white identity politics is evil. He finally says it. And by the way, I have been warning you about this for years. For years. When Tucker Carlson was talking about white grievance politics, I would always go back to, yes, Tucker will acknowledge the grievances of the white man, but what is his solution? Because he has repeatedly said for years that white identity politics is evil. Repeatedly. He has said adamantly that he is ideologically opposed to all identity politics. He says it frequently, explicitly, clearly. He says, I believe in universal principles. I believe in a colorblind meritocracy. I think that mass migration and replacement migration has nothing to do with race. It has to do with voting rights. He says that the problem in the country is not racial. It is ideological. It is cultural. It's anything other than that. And he has said that when somebody comes forward and supports white identity and says, I'm the white man, vote for me, Tucker said, I'm going to say F you because that's Nazism and that's evil. And I told you that for years. And people said to me, well, why are you bickering with him? Why are you creating trauma? Why are you fighting? Don't we like Tucker? I said, pay attention, listen. Well, Tucker went mask off this weekend on All In, and he said it as clearly as I've ever heard him say it. He said that my problem is that I'm in favor of white identity politics, which he says is no different than any other identity politics. And he says it's evil. He says we need to steer people away from that. He says it's no different than when black people engage in it, when the left engages in it, and that's reprehensible and that's evil. He's against
it. To pick a point on your GPS?
And
okay.
You know what?
Cool from here.
There is some truth in that. White identity politics, it is exactly like all the other species of identity politics. And you know what I like to say? I like to call it taking your own side. Black people have been playing identity politics for 100 years. And that's why nobody says the N-word, because they're afraid. Because blacks have cultural cachet, political cachet. When too many black people get arrested for committing crimes, They will burn down the city and get the police defunded. And now black people can do whatever they want. They're looking out for their own people. They're taking their own side. They recognize that they have distinct interests as a people, and that's why they're getting payments. That's why they're getting payments in Evanston. That's why they're getting reparations in certain municipalities. It is literally now a political policy to take money from white people and give it to black people because they take their own side. They don't vote for somebody that they consider to be racist. They are pro-black because they are black, and they know that as black people they have distinct interests, and they fight for them. The same is true with Jews. Jews play identity politics as immigrants, as religious Jews, as ethnic Jews. They have distinct interests, they organize on the basis of identity, and they fight for them. They use their resources, their position, to advocate for their own cause. And that is why you cannot offend them. That is why you cannot deny their genocide. Because they will punish you. They will use their power to punish you. That is identity politics. And now, in the big 2025, when white people are finally waking up and realizing we are a people too. We have a culture too. We are a race. We are an ethnicity. We are a people. We're a proud people. We're a noble people. We are one of the great races in the history of mankind. And we have a country. We have peoplehood and political interests, and we're going to fight for them. White people are starting to realize that they are the frog in the pot of boiling water. And the boiling water is called diversity. For 60 years, we have been the stupid people welcoming in non-white immigrants who trample on our society, everything that we love. Civil and civic order, our holidays, our religion, our heroes, basic decency and decorum. They trample on all of it, and we have tolerated it out of altruism. Some sense of fairness. Well, we colonized them, now they can colonize us a little bit. We colonized them, now they can disrespect us a little bit. It's growing pains. White people are waking up and realizing, wait a second, we're the minority now. And now the non-whites are empowered in a democracy. When they outnumber us, they outpower us. In the election, they put their people in charge, and then they oppress us. People see what happened in South Africa. When they got rid of apartheid, when they got rid of the racist policies, did they get an egalitarian society where whites and blacks were living together on the basis of equality? No, they got revenge. The black people are taking revenge against the white minority. They have destroyed the society white people built for them, and they're taking revenge on the whites that remain. And that's exactly what's happening here. And as white people become aware and react to the situation, our once great cities are occupied by violent black people. Our once great country is occupied by foreigners and immigrants who hate us and hate our country. We don't even have sovereignty because our political system kneels to the Jews and Israel. And white people are finally reacting to this and saying, you know what, we like the way things were. We like European Christian society. That's all we ever knew. We got used to it like a fish in water. Now that we live in diversity, people are starting to miss it, and people say we want it back. This is called a political consciousness, a racial consciousness. We're recognizing that we are a group, distinct from the other. We're recognizing that we have interests, exclusive interests. Preserving the white majority in America, and it's going to be bad for them, but good for us. And just as we're developing a pro-white identity politics, in comes Tucker Carlson and J.D. Vance and the rest of them to say, hey, all you white people, this is not the answer. Stand down. Disarm yourselves. Universal principles. Remember, universal principles. Colorblind meritocracy. We can't be like the left. They are deliberately disarming us. They are taking these political technologies away from us. White people were complacent, are becoming not complacent. They're becoming angry. And it is destabilizing society. That is true. That is the result of bringing in 60 million immigrants in 30 years. You have destabilized society. You brought in too many foreigners. The white people are getting pissed off. They're identifying as white, and they're saying, you know what? We liked it better the way it was before. And we're going to fight for it. And now comes Tucker to say, everybody calm down. Not so fast. We can all get along based on universal principles. Well, to that, Tucker, I say, the Jews, the blacks, and the immigrants first. You want to play by universal principles? You want a level playing field? You want to drop your ethnic and tribal allegiances? You first. Because it didn't start this way. It started in the 60s with stupid white people getting up and saying, you know, it's awfully racist for us to not share a bus with these people. And while we're at it, why are we only letting white people come into the country? And then the rich in the 1990s said, well, we need the labor. We need the farm workers. We need the tech workers. Bring them in. We were the stupid people. And they have brought identity politics here. They're fighting on their behalf. And now we have to stand down? We haven't even gotten started. You want to live in a country with universal principles? Take that message to Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin. Take that message to the NAACP where it fucking belongs. Take that message to the Chamber of Commerce and the La Raza Legal Organization. Take that message somewhere fucking else. Because we don't need that. And I will say, I'm going to sound like a leftist here, it's not enough to not be anti-white. That's not enough. It's not enough to be anti-white. You have to be pro-white. You have to be, in the United States of America, pro-white. Yes. White people are under attack. White people are being genocided in the world. White people are being dispossessed. It's not enough to pump the brakes and say, let's stop and pause it right here. We need to be pro-white. We need to defend our people. We need to exist. We need to make sure that in 100 years, there will still be white people, that there will still be white countries with their distinct heritage and culture and languages and their political power and sovereignty intact. You must be in favor of this or you are our enemy. Period. End of story. So don't come around with this bullshit where Tucker comes on and says, I love Israel, I'm pro-Israel, but I don't like this identity politics for white people. Take your fucking badge and shove it up your faggot ass. I'm so sick of it. You attacked my father. Your dad ran Voice of America, and who the fuck even are you, pal? It's still white up in Maine where you live. Not down in Portland, not where we are, not in Chicago, not in California, not in New York. When you are a multi-millionaire flying between your residences on your private jet in the middle of nowhere, Maine, in the middle of nowhere, Florida, you know, you can afford to be in favor of those universal principles. Go try that in any other city. See how far that gets you. Come to Chicago. Try that out in Garfield Park. Try that out in Pilsen. See how far that gets you. Universal principles. Fuck you. White people need to get stronger. White people need to get a lot stronger. That's what we need to do. Because we are dying, and no one seems to be aware of that. People are playing games. Telling white people, go back to bed, go back to sleep. Telling white people, hey, we're going to bring the cost of housing down. Housing? How about our country? Where are the houses located? That's what drives me crazy. And there's sort of a rich irony in there. This is not about housing. This is about our home. There's a difference. That's always the answer. Why did Mamdani get elected? Why did Trump get elected? Well, why are people angry? Oh, it must be because of inflation. It's because lumber and copper and appliances and chips are making housing expensive and insurance is going up. It's not about housing. It's about our home. It's about whether the country feels like home. whether it resembles the country it used to be when our parents grew up in it and our grandparents grew up in it. Do they still have Christmas? Do they still celebrate the Mass? Do they still obey God and Jesus Christ? What kind of society are you living in? They want cheap houses, but it's going to be a boarding house for the world's poor. As long as it's governed by these universal principles, you can spare us the speech about blood guilt. I don't want to hear that ever again. I'm just against blood guilt. I'm just against blood guilt. Tell that to President Stacey Abrams when she's putting us in gas chambers for being white. Give them your little fucking cute speech about blood guilt. Try that when you have no power. Try that when you have no political power because white people didn't organize. Say, President Mamdani, President Abrams, I'm against blood guilt, but I said I'm against blood guilt. I think that's evil when anyone does it. They're going to say, yeah, white boy, and then they're going to shove you into an oven and kill you, like they're doing in South Africa. They're going to cut your fucking head off after they rape your wife in front of you, and you're talking about, I don't believe in blood guilt, and I think we need universal principles. You sound like National Review. What's the difference? Universal principles. Okay, what universe? They're living in a different universe. So that's what I have to say about it. Because this is now, you realize now that we are in the stage where they try to co-opt me. That's where we are. They realize that I won the battle of ideas. I won the hearts and minds. I have an army. And now they're oscillating between, they want to get me to play nice, and they're trying to get me to tone down the message. Trying to co-opt me. Hey, buddy. What's wrong? What went wrong with you? And then they want to deliver Nick Fuentes light like it's an alien technology. They're going to reverse engineer it and say, look, we could do that. We could do an American bow tie. I would never do an American flag bow tie. I would never do an American flag bow tie. Yeah. So that's where we are with all that. And you guys just got to understand it's like, it's Groypers or it's nothing, okay? We're not settling for anything less. I'm not going to hear some bald wife guy, girl dad, lecture me about, I know you kids want to be a part of something bigger than yourselves and you're mad about the Democrats. The Democrats. The Democrat, that's who visited the destruction upon the country. The Democrats, sure. Let's call it that. Is that what they're calling them now? That's like with when black people, they call them the youths, joggers, whatever. Oh, the Democrats. Is that what we're calling them now? Secular humanists with Jewish last names. Remember that one? Anyway. So that's that. This is how it is. We are at war. We are at war. And this is what we're about. We are about sovereignty over our civilization. Who are we as a civilization? What is America? What is Europe? It is the people. A people. And don't give me this stuff about, it is about European people. It is about Christendom. It is being taken from us by Jewish oligarchs flooding the zone with these third world immigrants. It's what it is. It's what it is, and everyone knows it. And that's why you can't talk about it, because if you talk about it, then you're Hitler. And then we're back to Piers Morgan, Anyway, so that's that. But I do want to move on. I want to get into our news for the night. That's where I was this weekend. Had a lot of fun, though, in spite of it. I run around with security now, because everyone wants to kill me. But I don't even need it, because I could go to L.A., I could go to New York, I could walk the streets of Chicago, and I don't even really need security, because the people are with me. I go to UCLA. I was in LA not too long ago. I'm on campus, and people are taking pictures of me. I'm walking down the streets of New York City. People are taking pictures of me. Chicago, anywhere I go. I don't even need it because the people are with me. Are they with Ben Shapiro? Can Ben Shapiro walk the streets of any major American city without getting punched in the face or heckled? I don't think so. So anyway. That's where I was. Good stuff. Good times. It's not nice. you know, you should invite me to your party next time. I want to party too. I like to party. Well, I hate parties, but, you know, I like to be invited. It would have been nice to have been invited. I don't know that I don't really like parties, but I would like to be invited. It doesn't feel good to not even be invited. To be disinvited? What is even that? That's just rude. Anyway, I saw Lucian got fired. I don't know if that had something to do with me. I feel for him. But I got to hang out with Sneeko. We had a good time. Sneeko's like the homie. I know he's controversial with my audience, but he's a good guy. There's something nice. The world is so angry and so chaotic, and everybody is trying to kill me or they want something from me. And there's something nice about hanging out with an old friend that you've been through a lot together with, and you sit down for a nice dinner, and you just fall into that flow. You know what I mean? Not just, I know people are going to say it sounds gay or whatever, but I really got to say, Sneeko's been a great friend. Because you got to understand, there's not a lot of people that I can trust. There's not a lot of people that I even know, that I even like. And I've known Sneeko for a long time now. We've been through a lot together. The whole Gay 24 thing, the cancellation, the red pill. And so it's really, actually, it was really good to see him and just hang out. And it's like, nothing like a solid friend, you know? We've had our differences in the past, but he's the homie. So it's good to see Sneeko. Got to meet some other people that were, you know, around town and at the party. Got to meet a lot of you guys. I don't know if I saw any of you at the thing, but I took a lot of pictures all over the city. It was crazy, which is nice. But anyway, so that was my little trip. That was my little trip to the city. But we're going to move on. We're going to get into the show. Before we do, remember to check out the merch store, Fuentes.store. We have brand new designs. We have our America First hoodie. This is just one of many new designs. Fuentes.store. We have hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, pins, hats, flags. It's all there. Wang Half, Roy Bird, America First, all kinds of stuff. We are selling a lot of it. Get it in time for the holiday season. I think it might be a little late in the game for that, but, you know, maybe if you see somebody, like, later, you know, in the new year or something. Check out the subscription website, AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month to get the video archive, $100 a month to get in the group chat. We're going to get into our news now. Our featured story is all about this ISIS attack in Australia. And we're going to be very responsible tonight because we don't have all the information. But I'm going to report about the information itself, what we know about it. Because as I always say on the show, you have the world, and then you have the world as we perceive it through media. It's always like this. You have things as are actually happening, but then you also have how these things are acted upon by media, by social media. And our big story tonight is about this terrorist attack in Australia. 2 Muslims, I believe from Pakistan, a father and a son, carried out a shooting using bolt-action rifles, I think a shotgun too, at a beach in Australia, a very popular beach in Sydney, Australia, apparently during a Hanukkah celebration, so it was clearly targeting Jews, or so it seems as it stands right now. And before we get into any of the details, I want to just say in the first place, because Randy Fine, the congressman, called me out on this, I want to say in the first place, obviously this is a horrific tragedy, and we pray for the victims. We pray for justice, that the killers are put to death or severely punished. As you know, I am extremely critical of Jews as an organized group and critical of Israel too. That being said, I am a Catholic, and I believe that it is never the solution to take the life of innocent people. And honestly, it is rarely the case to take life at all. I am against that as a Catholic. I think that every death, and any death, is a tragedy, especially something like this. It's obviously a horrific thing. And I would also like to add, because of the peculiar nature of things these days, I also want to reiterate, we do not support violence. We do not sympathize with people that commit acts of violence, and we never have. Because you can see very clearly in this polarized and contentious political atmosphere, they are looking to either create crises like these, manufacture them, or take advantage of them for the purpose of political control. This is always how it goes. A terrorist attack happens, a mass shooting happens, a school shooting happens. And what do they do with it? Cynical political actors use this to round up their enemies, take the guns, shut down social media, whatever it is. And I want to say that for moral reasons as well as political reasons too, but moreover, moral reasons, we do not advocate for violence, we do not support violence, sympathize with violence, and this is where I draw a line with the left. Because it is true that a lot of these left-wing people, they actually do sympathize with these types of tactics. I saw, for example, one of these Palestinian kids. He's like a left-wing Palestinian guy. He went on Piers Morgan, and they were talking about the shooting in D.C., where some Muslims shot Jews leaving the embassy. And this Palestinian kid could not disavow the violence. He said, well, they're freedom fighters. And they say the same about Hamas. And I would say that I understand the political plight of the Palestinians, but as a Christian, I cannot condone, I cannot sanction, justify, or defend taking the life of innocent people, taking hostages, using those types of asymmetrical tactics, especially against civilians. I think it's evil and it's wicked, and I have to condemn it. So I'll say that at the outset. I saw on Twitter, Randy Fine, the representative from Florida, he got on Twitter and said, why has Nick Fuentes not said anything about the terror attack in Australia? His silence is deafening. And it's like, don't you have like a job? You're a sitting congressman. You're sitting around all weekend watching my Twitter account to see my take on it. I'm busy. I was a little busy. Like I'm the president of the United States. You know, reply hazy, ask again later. I'm busy right now, okay? So he's on my case. Well, he didn't say anything about it. I haven't tweeted in like 3 days. Anyway, so I'll say that at the outset. But I do want to get into the story. This is from the New York Times. We'll just go through some of the information here. It says, quote, the gunmen behind the mass shooting at a Jewish celebration in Sydney on Sunday were motivated by Islamic State ideology, according to Australia's Prime Minister. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said the suspect appeared to have been radicalized by beliefs associated with the Islamic State militant group. Interesting. Investigators said that police had found 2 homemade Islamic State flags in the car that the suspects, a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son, drove to the site of Sunday's massacre. Police also recovered improvised explosive devices in the car. The father was a licensed holder of 6 firearms that were legally registered to him. The younger man was injured and remains in a coma. Officials said the son had come to the authorities' attention in 2019. As is always the case. Just quick question. Have you ever heard of a mass shooter, a terrorist, that was not previously known to the authorities for like 10 years? Why is it that all these people are always a known quantity, but somehow they just slip through the cracks? This person has been known to law enforcement for 6 years and apparently traveled to the Philippines, received military training, returned to the country, somehow acquired a firearm, which is very difficult to do in Australia, carries out the attack. They didn't know. I guess they were a little too focused on Joel Davis, huh? Australia's government was so busy locking up Thomas Sewell and Joel Davis and the White Australia Party. They were so busy dropping the hammer on people for criticizing Jews, for talking on Twitter, that they let ISIS slip through the cracks, because that's the focus in the country. Anyway, the article goes on. It says, the Australian news media has reported, citing unnamed police sources, that the 2019 investigation was over his links to a self-proclaimed Islamic State commander based in Sydney, who was later prosecuted for plotting a terrorist attack. Mr. Albanese vowed on Monday to toughen Australia's already strict gun laws. It's the guns. It was the guns that did it. It goes on. It says his government is also facing criticism that his government did not do enough to address increasing violence against Jewish institutions and businesses in the country before Sunday's attack. So now we need to go after free speech even more. That's always the answer. So there's a few things I have to say about this attack. First of all, let's talk about how this attack played out. These two people clearly had military training. And I'm not a military expert, but the way that they were wielding these weapons, they didn't use semi-automatic rifles, they didn't use automatic rifles, they didn't use handguns. They used bolt-action rifles, which seems to be the most cumbersome, least efficient weapon to carry out an attack like this unless you had training. They appear to be professionals. Very high body count, a lot of casualties. So this is not an amateur operation. So that raises some red flags. What's more, there is this foreign involvement. I saw some rumors floating around on X that the father and son had received military training in the Philippines. They got trained by somebody to carry out an attack like this in the months leading up to the attack. And then the third thing, of course, is that they're known to law enforcement. And you got to say to yourself, who is providing the training? Who is aware of these people and when? And the question is, if this is truly homegrown terrorism, because I believe the son was born in Australia, if this is truly homegrown terrorism, or maybe you could say it another way, it's organic in some way, shape, or form. It is actually ISIS or some other Islamist radical sect or something like that. If that is the case, why was more not done to stop these people? How is it the case that you have large numbers of these South and Western nations living in Australia? You have this ideological problem, which is Islamism, and it is spreading. It's all over the Sahel. It's in Somalia. It is on the rise in Afghanistan and elsewhere. And these people are known to law enforcement. So how exactly does that happen? Let's say this isn't a conspiracy. Let's say it isn't an operation. How do you have Muslim guys, they're ISIS sympathizers, they're in bed with an ISIS cell in Australia. How do you let them go to the Philippines, where you do have Islamic State there, get training, come back, get a firearm? How does it get to that point? They've been known for 6 years. And the answer is quite obvious. It is because in the United States, like in Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, Europe, the government is at war with the white people. It's literally that simple. The government is so busy prosecuting a war against its own people, making sure that its own people don't stick up for themselves, don't engage in hate speech, don't organize, don't say the wrong words on Twitter. And this is the case across the board. They are letting these people roam the streets, whether it is an Islamist in Australia or wherever, or it is a black career criminal, a repeat offender, a 15-time felon that goes and stabs somebody or shoots somebody. Whatever it is, a grooming gang, somebody that's trying to stab little girls in Scotland. The governments in our own countries are so busy waging a war on their own people and the words they say and the way they choose to organize politically that they're not paying attention to these fanatics that are coming from Somalia, Pakistan, for that matter, that are coming from anywhere, that are coming from Latin America, that are coming from sub-Saharan Africa, whether they have a fanatical ideology or they're just from a primitive culture. That's if it's homegrown. On the other hand, let's talk a little bit about the media coverage of this. So, it is alleged that they are Islamic State, but it's also been alleged that they're with Iran. The first thing that I saw before anybody knew anything is that this attack was carried out by an Iranian-backed group. This was from Israeli intelligence. This is from the Telegraph in the United Kingdom. This was reported in mainstream media sources. They said Israel believes that Iran was behind the attack. Well, why would Israel have an interest in saying that? well, Israel is chomping at the bit to go to war with Iran again. And if you've been paying any attention at all, for the past several weeks, they have been talking about how Iran has rebuilt its missile arsenal. Iran has as many medium or longer range ballistic missiles today as they did before the war in June. And they've also been talking about how maybe Iran's nuclear program was not completely destroyed, and now Iran poses a threat to Israel again. So all of a sudden, once again, they're working it. They're working the angle. It was Iran, and now we need to bomb Iran. Shortly after that, there's reports that the Trump administration approves if Israel wants to retaliate against Iran for the shooting. Go figure. Sunni Muslims in Australia killed Jewish Australians, and Israel gets the green light to bomb Iran from America. And you want to tell me there's no such thing as global Jewry? There's no such thing as organized Jewry, world Jewry. They don't manipulate the situation. But they also said it was Islamic State. Like I said, Israel says it's Iran. Trump says, go ahead, punish Iran for this. Israel went ahead and violated the ceasefire with Gaza, opened up fire, killed 4 people. At the same time, however, the Australian government is saying, actually, it was ISIS. As I said at the top of the show, these are 2 completely different things. ISIS comes from Wahhabist, Salafist Muslim theology, which comes from Saudi Arabia. Okay, there are 2 major sects of Islam, Shiite and Sunni. Saudi Arabia is the head of Sunni Islam because the king of Saudi Arabia is the custodian of the 2 mosques. And there are some important imams in Egypt, and there are important imams elsewhere. But the Sunni world is on the other side of the Middle East. The Shiites, their religious leader is the Ayatollah of Iran. And if you don't know anything about the Middle East, Iran and Saudi Arabia have been in a Cold War for 50 years. So which is it? It can't be both. It can't be an Iranian-backed group, but also it's a ISIS affiliate, which again proceeds from some of these Saudi clerics that have been pushing this stuff for a long time, aided and enhanced by U.S. DoD support in the war in Syria, in the war in Iraq. Israeli assistance also, direct or indirect. It can't be both. And if they're claiming it's ISIS, here's my question. Where did ISIS come from all of a sudden? You ever notice this? ISIS took over the entire Middle East in 2013. After the Iraqi Civil War broke out, after we toppled Saddam Hussein, you have these Sunni fundamentalists fighting the Shiites that were allied with Iran. The United States was in bed with these people, giving them weapons, training them, trying to calm tensions. This is what eventually became ISIS. And across the border, hopped over into Syria. And in 2013, ISIS controlled all this territory. They were cutting off everybody's heads. And they're launching lone wolf attacks using their cells located in Europe, the United States, elsewhere. Trump gets elected in 2016. By 2017, ISIS is defeated. So they had a pretty good 4 or 5 year run. And we really haven't heard anything since. Do you remember the 2016 election? You had the Bataclan massacre in Paris. You had the truck attack in Nice. You had the attack in San Bernardino. You might remember these things. These are very high-profile, visceral attacks. We all remember happening in a very short span of time, such that it didn't sound crazy when Trump said we need a Muslim ban and we're going to war with ISIS. And that war ended in about 7-8 months after Trump got elected. By roughly September, it was basically over. All of a sudden, we start hearing about ISIS all over again. There are terrorist attacks in Iran. Mysteriously. Terrorist attacks at the grave of Qasem Soleimani last year. They say that was ISIS that did it. When the United States withdrew from Afghanistan, we were so close to getting out clean. And then there was a terrorist attack at the base at Abbey Gate. Remember? Who did they blame it on? ISIS-K. ISIS Khorasan in Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan. They were responsible for the attack, and they're on the march, and that's why we can never leave. Remember? And now there's a terrorist attack in Australia. All of a sudden, ISIS is back. So they really only tend to show their faces. They really only tend to pop up when they're needed for a mission. When Israel wants to sabotage and provoke Iran without being blamed for it, or without upsetting some kind of geopolitical balance, well, that was ISIS. When the CIA wants to keep us in Afghanistan indefinitely, but Biden is hell-bent on withdrawing us, there goes ISIS again. And when Israel is chomping at the bit to restart the war in Gaza, to restart the war with Iran, when they want to make a final decisive push for censorship on the internet of those that support Hamas or sympathize with Hamas, or Palestinians for that matter, oh, here comes ISIS again with another attack. ISIS with another attack. And a terrorist attack plotted for New Year's Eve in California that is apparently pro-Palestine. They hate America for the most part, but all anybody wants to talk about is how they're pro-Palestine too. It's funny how that works. It's interesting how that works. So who knows? Now, when I say that, we really have no idea. Who really knows who these people are? And who trusts law enforcement at this point? And who honestly knows what these people are doing in the Philippines, or where they came from, whether it's real or not? What I would say is this. At the end of the day, what we do know about these attacks and the media's attempt to spin it is that this is a war between Israel and Muslims. It is their war. It's not ours. This has nothing to do with Europeans. This has nothing to do with Christians. It has nothing to do with Americans, Australians. It has nothing to do with any of us. Okay? Whether this is orchestrated for the purpose of benefiting Israel, that's one thing, or it is merely being used to benefit Israel, and it is the result of anger at Israel. It's a distinction without a difference. Let's say these guys were organic, homegrown terrorists. Let's say it's real. Why do you think they targeted Hanukkah? It's because Muslims worldwide are watching Israel ethnically cleanse Gaza, watching them bomb Lebanon, bomb Iraq, Iran, Yemen with impunity. And I'm not saying that two wrongs make a right. I'm really not, because I don't think that the solution to killing is more killing. I don't think the solution to killing innocents is killing other innocents. I think it's equally reprehensible. It's absolutely evil. But let's not pretend like we don't know what's going on here. The people in Gaza are powerless. They have no advocate. They have no agent. Nobody is helping them. They're at Israel's mercy. Israel is absolutely slaughtering them. And then their allies go in the West and brag about it. They say there are no innocent Palestinians. The kids are innocent. They voted for Hamas. They should all die. And we should starve them. And I'm glad that they're starving to death. And this is what people say in the West. And sooner or later, some of these Muslims, and again, I'm not justifying it. I'm describing what happens. These people snap. And they say, well, how about a taste of your own medicine? I think that's evil. I think that's wicked and reprehensible. But you can see how violence begets violence. This kind of Hatfield and McCoy violence, Israelis are trying to murder all these people, and they think, oh, well, we're just going to do this, and there will be no pendulum swinging. There's going to be no equal and opposite reaction. Here's the problem for all of us. These people are in our countries. Muslims, pro-Israel Jews. They're coming into our countries and they're battling it out. What are we doing? We're paying for this genocide. And we have all these people living here. We're paying for the genocide, giving Israel the weapons to carry it out. Well, we have a large Muslim population. So does Australia. So does Europe. So we're paying for Israel's war of expansion there. Then the victims of this are going to create chaos and terrorist attacks in our countries where we've invited them in. And the war will continue in our homeland, and Americans will die, or Australians will die, whoever. And people say, well, you don't talk about Muslims enough. You don't blame Muslims. I am adamant that we should have none of these people here. We should have none of these foreigners here. And who brought them here in the first place? Because I recall that when in 1965 they took away the national origins quotas and they let in all these people from the third world, they let in all the barbarians. It was the Jewish lawyers, the Jewish groups that pushed the hardest. It was the American Jewish Committee. It was the American Jewish Congress. It was the ADL. It was these types of groups that were pushing this from the very beginning, calling us a melting pot. We have no identity. We don't have Christianity anymore because of the Establishment Clause. Now that the gates have been thrown open and these people are here, and now that they've brought the war with them, now everybody says, oh, it's Muslims, Muslims. I saw, for example, Finkelstein from Piers Morgan. He had a tweet last week where he said, I feel safe in London. I love diversity. They have great curry. The day after the attack in Australia, he goes, oy vey, I don't feel safe anymore. It's not safe to be in the West. In other words, when diversity was killing white people, no one gave a fuck. Now that diversity is killing Jews, oh, sound the alarm. Call the National Guard. I mean, that's literally how it goes. When diversity is destroying white countries, when diversity is killing white people, when diversity is erasing our heritage, hey, man, America never was white. What even is white? Hey, man, it's about freedom and everything. Hey, the purpose of Europe is for everyone to come here. Oh, now diversity is getting Zohran Mamdani elected? Oh, now diversity has all these Muslims here that hate Israel? Oh, now the diversity has brought terrorism? Now it's a problem. Oh, now we need to stop everything and only ban Muslims. Not Indians, not Hispanics, not Africans. Now we need to stop everything and only ban Muslims. And then we can resume the white genocide with everybody else. Are you kidding me? And it's a sensitive subject, but everybody knows that this is the politics of mass murder. This is the politics of mass murder and how it is used to justify certain political policies. Nobody loves this stuff more than organized Jewry. Nobody loved October 7th more than Israel, because look at what they have profited from it. And even the Israelis know that. They say it about Netanyahu. Nobody loves it more than them, because then they can parlay that into increasing the war against the native population. Think about what they're saying here about Australia. So you have Muslims in the country. They're training with ISIS. Let's assume it's not a conspiracy for a moment. They're fighting the war in Gaza on the streets of Sydney. What's the solution from the government? Ban anti-Semitism on the internet and take away more guns. Not ban the diversity, not roll back the white genocide, not remigrate the people. No. Take civil liberties from white people. Keep the immigration from everywhere else and take more civil liberties from white people. That's literally the program. We fight their wars, then we take the refugees. The refugees kill us, and then we lose our civil liberties. Like, this is what it feels like to be raped. And what I would say to Jewish people who are afraid, fortunately for you, you have somewhere you can escape to. I'm sure Jewish people are feeling scared, and I'm sorry that that is the case. I do feel sorry for them, actually. And to some extent, that is real. They do have to look over their shoulders because there is a lot of anti-Semitism, and honest to God, I sympathize with that. But what I would say to Jewish people, or anyone that considers me an anti-Semite, here's the difference. If Jewish people feel unsafe in London, in Australia, in America, there's always somewhere they know they can go where they will be safe. And I'm not saying that like, so you should get out of here. I'm saying think of what that confers upon them as a group. If Australia is lost, I'm sure many Jewish Australians would be beaten up about that, but not very much, because they could get on a plane and go to Israel, and they will be greeted by their own kind. where they take care of each other, look after each other, where they can be Jewish unapologetically, where they can be among their own kind. What happens to all of us? So Jewish people don't feel safe, they move to Israel happily ever after. If Australians don't feel safe, where do they go? The UK, where they came from? Well, it's happening in the UK too. Where do they go? Saxony? Well, it's happening there too. Where do they go? Norway? Where do they go? The Caucasus? There's nowhere they can go. This is what is happening. Jewish people came here as refugees and immigrants from Russia and Poland. And they came here and said, oy vey, everyone's anti-Semitic. We need to fight racism. We need to fight all barriers to entry for immigrants and minorities. So they started agitating and advocating for civil rights and mass migration and get Christianity out of the schools. They bring these people here. Then as they once freed up, after they built Israel, they used their influence to bring America to war in the Middle East. And we go to war in Afghanistan, we take their refugees who kill us. We go to war in Iraq, we take the refugees who kill us. We go to war, we're bombing Pakistan, we take the refugees, they kill us. Then, on the offhand chance they actually target Jewish people, what do? Take away civil liberties from the white people. And there's just got to be a better way than that. Take our country, take our cultural primacy, take our lives, then take away our civil liberties, and then there's not going to be a country, and then we're just screwed. Then we're just done. And that's the dynamic. They want us to blame it on Muslims. Look, we don't want large numbers of Muslims in the country. They do extremism sometimes, and of course they have a completely different religion. That being said, it's not really about that. Jewish people don't want Muslims here because Jewish people are killing them in the Middle East. And as long as they're doing that, Jewish people can't live near Muslims anywhere. That's really what it is. It's really that simple. The Jews are in a war with all Muslims. Tom Barrack said that this week. He's the envoy to Syria. He said Israel can't be at war with all Muslims forever. So the Jews can't live with Muslims in Gaza. They can't live with them in Jordan. They can't live with them in Syria and Lebanon. They can't live with them in Australia here. They can't live with them anywhere. And it's because of what is happening. It's not to victim blame, but it is to say this is part of a protracted war, a total war without limitations, and it's happening on both sides. And it's happening in our country with our money, with our missiles, and it's being used to accelerate our own decline. So I would say in the fight between Jews and Muslims, I'm on team Christianity. It's called taking your own side. I'm taking my own side on this one, which is to say, Tommy Robinson, you want Muslims out, you want Indians in? Fuck you. What's the difference? For anybody other than Jews. Tommy Robinson, who has never met an unsucked Jewish cock he hasn't fallen in love with. Tommy Robinson, forgive me for the vulgarity, he goes out and says, oh, well, it's fine if England is taken over by India because of the curry and they're great and they work hard. Oh, but Muslims, get them out. No, sorry, that doesn't work. Muslims are spreading their influence in the United Kingdom. Oh, more Jewish lawyers, more Jewish billionaires. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Pakistan and India, they're the same country, actually. They were partitioned because of religion. It's really the same thing. And they all got to go back. And whether the Middle Eastern money is coming from Israel or Qatar or Saudi Arabia or Jewish billionaires in New York, doesn't make a difference. They all must be disempowered. All of their influence must be curtailed. That's the answer. So, that's my take on the situation in Australia. Again, of course, it doesn't make it right. It's a horrible tragedy. It's a tragedy when Israelis kill Palestinians in Gaza. It's a tragedy when Muslims kill random Jews in Australia. It's equally, it's murder. It is a sin. It will land you in hell. And I don't believe in revenge in that way. We don't believe in an eye for an eye like that in the way that you see a lot of these Muslim Islamist types whatever that is, whether they're ops, whether they're real. We don't condone that. We don't believe in that. That being said, let's not be stupid. This is a total war between two groups of people, and it's now visited every continent where we live now. But that's that. I do want to move on. We're going to take a look. You know what? We'll save the Rob Reiner story for tomorrow. It's already late. I'm very tired. And there's a lot of stuff to get to, because I do want to cover that in detail. So we're going to move on. We're going to maybe call it a little early. We'll have a shorter show. We'll take a look at our super chats. Well, you know what? We have a lot of viewers. Maybe we'll just keep going. I'll talk about Rob Reiner. I'll talk about Erica Kirk and Candace Owens tomorrow. And I will talk about... There's one other thing. I'll save that for tomorrow. Yeah, all right, I'll talk about Rob Reiner, just because I don't think it's really a massive, major story. The other big story from the weekend is this horrific murder, another horrible murder, of Rob Reiner, the Hollywood producer, and his wife. I'm sure you've heard the story. He was killed by his son, who was apparently a drug addict, so some sort of domestic altercation. We don't know all the details, but they were stabbed to death in their house by their son. It doesn't get worse than that.
What the fuck?
And they arrested the son, and now he's on suicide watch. And there's really not much to say. Sadly, it's a story that's told all too often. Parents lose their kids to addiction. Addiction changes people. It turns them, they're not themselves, you know? And it's very tough. And the story that we hear about these people, this family, is that the parents... They didn't want to do tough love. They put their son in rehab. He didn't like it, as drug addicts do. He was lying, anything he could say to get out of it, and they went with him. And they brought him home, and then he killed them. And, you know, sometimes it ends tragically like that. I don't know that that's really a current event story. The reason I wanted to talk about it is Trump's position on this. Trump had something to say about it because, of course, Reiner was one of his enemies. And this is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, President Trump seized on the stabbing death of Rob Reiner and his wife to make a baseless attack on the Hollywood director less than a day after reports of his killing, suggesting that Mr. Reiner's criticism of Mr. Trump may have led to his murder. The attack on Mr. Reiner so soon after his death prompted a rare backlash against the president from MAGA-aligned Republicans, some of whom urged the president to retract his comments. Mr. Trump wrote on Truth Social on Monday that Mr. Reiner's death was, quote, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome. Which is just disgusting. I mean, such a gross thing to say. And it's all of Trump's biggest blazers. It's all of his biggest supporters. You ever notice all these faggots go on Twitter and they say, you're an absolute cool. You're absolutely cool, Steve. This is absolutely coolish stuff. They all talk like this. I don't know if you've noticed that. This is just like an aside. I don't know that everybody's going to get this, but if you're on Twitter a lot, all these faggots like Lomez and all the Plan Trusters, Patrick Casey, they all talk like this. They say absolutely coolish stuff. Yeah, you're an absolute cool. They're always pro-clutching. And there's something funny about this. Because the left are legitimate nihilists, legitimate death cult nihilistic, relish in, embrace, worship violence and death. And the right winger, like these like pro-Trump people, they're always like, goodness gracious, oh my goodness, absolutely ghoulish. It's like ghoulish, dude. They fucking worship the devil. They're evil. Like these are wicked people. Like they have to be destroyed. And but they like to think of themselves like they're tough. They like to think of themselves like right-wing death squads. You see them talking tough on Twitter. I saw one of these Greek statue profile pictures. He goes, we need to burn down dens of Antifa super soldiers and kill them all. And it's like, you will do nothing. You will do nothing. You are not serious. You are a pussy. Here's the difference. We hate the left, obviously. Like what is going on in the radical left is truly evil. And so it is animating these people to do evil things. They are nihilistic, truly evil,
capable of and willing to do violence, no remorse, nothing. And you get this on the right wing where you get guys like Jack Posobiec and they go, we're in a street fight. No, they were in a street fight and we need right-wing death squads and this. And then they go on Twitter and they talk about, I'm a sensitive young man. I'm a sensitive young man. I have to live a certain way. I'm a sensitive young man. And it's like, so you actually can't fight the left. You actually can't steal yourself and do what must be done and like do flamethrowers on dens of Antifa. If you're also then going and you're simping in an e-girl's DMs and saying, I'm a sensitive young man. I'm talking like a baby. Like, it just doesn't work.
What the fuck's going on?
No one takes you seriously. Right-wing chuds are fucking pussies. And let's just say that. But anyway, so Trump says this. That's just a brief little aside, because I see this kind of stuff on Twitter. People go, you're a ghoul. The left is absolutely ghoulish. And it's like, okay, so how old do you grow up? Like, yeah, they're evil, okay? Anyway. But the article goes on. It says, Mr. Trump's attack brought immediate outrage, including from close allies, who said the attack undercut Republicans' calls for civility after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're going to lose points with everybody, you know. Charlie Kirk gets shot in the head, and we said, we forgive the killer. And now, if we make fun of a left-wing person that died, we lose all of those points. All those points we accrued with those people that are killing us, we're going to lose them. That goodwill that we earned from those people that murdered Charlie Kirk and then celebrated it, that then danced and made jokes about it and made figurines of him getting his head blown off. Oh, man, we were so close to convincing them that we're really the nice guys. And now we lost that. It's such a shame. The article goes on, it says, Representative Thomas Massey wrote on social media, quote, regardless of how you felt about Rob Reiner, this is inappropriate and disrespectful discourse about a man who was brutally murdered. He said, I guess my elected GOP colleagues, the VP and the White House staff will just ignore it because they're afraid. I challenge anyone to defend it. And a lot of Republicans came out and attacked the president for this. And it goes without saying, it is distasteful. It's a nasty thing to say, because this wasn't even a political guy. He was a Hollywood guy who happened to be political. He was killed by his son in a family dispute, and he died like a couple of days ago. And the president of the United States weighs in because this guy criticized him on TV and makes fun of him.
What?
It's pretty nasty. This is pretty sick stuff.
Fuck.
I've seen Trump supporters defend it, and they say, well, we're in a war. We are in a war with the left. They're killing us, they're shooting us, and we're being babies about it. And I guess my rebuttal to that would be, Rob Reiner was not really a partisan. Rob Reiner didn't kill anybody. Tyler Robinson killed people. Antifa was plotting to kill people. Antifa has killed people. BLM has killed people. And when Trump goes and makes fun of some celebrity that died, this is more cowardice. And what I mean by that is, I get it. And on some level, I agree. We are in a war with the left. It is a knife fight. It is deadly serious, as evidenced by the fact that Trump was shot and Charlie Kirk was murdered. And this sort of thing happens all the time, and there will be more of it before this is over. And they literally want you dead. They want to eat your organs. They want to chew on your bones. They want to desecrate your corpse. This is not an exaggeration. Like, they want to absolutely destroy you. They want to mutilate you. These are evil people. And it is true that we need to face them with equal ferocity. We need to be intense. We need to want to win. And wanting to win means that the people that want to harm us, we need to want to harm them. And I get that. And Trump said this about Rob Reiner. People defend it in the spirit of that. They say, well, we're in this blood feud and whatever. Well, Charlie Kirk was murdered. And what actually happened in the aftermath of that? Was there a crackdown on Antifa? No. Was there a crackdown on the people that actually celebrated? No. Was there a crackdown on anybody that Tyler Robinson knew? We don't even know where the boyfriend is. So just stop with the LARP. people go, Trump posting on True Social about some dead celebrity, that's us fighting the left in a knife fight. No, it fucking isn't. That's vanity. Trump is a sick person that if some other celebrity attacks him, Trump is going to gloat when that person gets stabbed to death by their son with their wife in their home. Because he's a sick, vain, narcissistic person. And that is what he cares about. Think about it this way. Charlie Kirk was his close personal friend. Charlie Kirk in many ways got Trump elected. And Charlie Kirk got shot in the head. Trump could not care less. When he was interviewed by the press, Trump said, yeah, really sad. Anyway, I'm rebuilding the East Wing, as you can see. That's when Charlie Kirk got shot by the left. That's when Charlie Kirk got shot by Antifa, and we're in a war, and people are dying. That's what Trump felt in that moment. He didn't care at all. But when some celebrity that made fun of him on TV got murdered by his kid because of some other thing, because of a drug addiction, Trump is leading the charge. Oh, well, he died because of Trump derangement syndrome. And doesn't that say what Trump is really about? He's this weird boomer who comes from the 80s. He's obsessed with television. So you get some old Hollywood guy who's on TV attacking Trump as a partisan Democrat. And when that guy dies, Trump is going to gloat because that is the sort of thing that he cares about. Because he is vain. Because he cares about TV still. Because he cares about certain celebrities for some reason, like Rosie O'Donnell and these rivals that he's had over the years. And for him, it seems like the whole thing is about getting one over on them. Winning the election in some way is about getting Rosie O'Donnell back to Ireland and getting back at James Comey. And it's about being able to make fun of people that died, that attacked you on TV. Is Trump really in this fight against the left? Absolutely not. Trump got shot in the East. Has there been any follow-up on that at all? Have we looked at anybody in relation to that? And Thomas Crooks and Tyler Robinson and anybody that's been involved in any of it? Absolutely not. Antifa and all their related groups, they still operate with impunity. BLM, all of it. So don't tell me now Trump made fun of a dead celebrity. This is about fighting the left. It's got nothing to do with fighting the left. Trump never fights the left. He doesn't fight anybody for that matter. And as far as I'm concerned, it's no different than this stuff about Somalians. Trump gets in front of a press conference and says Somalians are garbage. And the SEALs clap. They go, oh, this is terrific. Okay, well, if they're so terrible, why don't you deport some of them? Oh, wait. That's hard. He'll never do it. That's difficult. That will actually require organization, focus, follow-through, discipline. We're not big on those things. We're big on trash talk. We're big on vanity. We're big on legacy. We're big on vulgarity to score cheap points. And it's no different here. Okay, some celebrity that called you a Russian shill died at his house. Well, we're leading from the front on that one. Ha ha. He had Trump derangement syndrome. Too bad. Your best friend got shot in the head by the left. Yeah, gee, that's a shame. Anyway, check out the East Wing. So, no, sorry, that doesn't work, actually. That excuse doesn't work. You actually need to fight the left. And more than that, this is ugly rhetoric. It is ugly. It is actually evil. Forget for a moment that we are in a war. If someone gets murdered by their son, it's a horrific tragedy. This is a horrible story. And nobody deserves that. I don't care what their politics are, what they said on the internet or on television. Nobody deserves to be murdered, stabbed to death with their wife by their own son, who they tried to help, and their best friend discovers corpses. It's despicable. And it's despicable to make fun of that. And I do think that, look, somebody like George Bush passes away of old age at the very end, and you talk about his political legacy, that's one thing. Some guy, some producer, some civilian dies at the hands of his kid. It's such a grisly situation. It is objectively awful to make fun of that. Now, if Trump were actually doing what he promised to do, you could overlook the fact that he's a douchebag. You could overlook the fact that he's vain, that he's a narcissist, that he's tactical but not strategic. You could overlook all these things if he was bringing home the goods. That was kind of the deal in 2016. You said, we don't love everything about Trump, But you know what? We're willing to accommodate. It's an acquired taste, but it's okay because he's doing all these other things. But what's actually the pitch now? We get nothing. We get no concessions. There are no deportations. We haven't ended one of the wars. We haven't remade the federal bureaucracy. And then he's a dick on top of it. Then it's all about his vanity and his own self-aggrandizement on top of it. What is the redeeming quality now? It's nothing. It's hollow. It's empty. So, that's my take on the Rob Reiner stabbing. No one should be making fun of that. It's not funny. Who could honest to God look at that and laugh? You know. Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, this is somebody who is my mortal enemy. He was actively trying to suppress my career, ruin my life, all these things. He got shot by a political partisan. He wouldn't debate me, but he would debate the type of person that murdered him. Someone like me could have gotten on the show and said, well, I guess you should have debated me. I could have said some smart alecky thing. I wasn't even thinking that way. Because a young person got shot in public for basically no reason. And that's awful. It's awful that there are two fatherless kids. It's awful that this guy had a daughter who now has to live with this. Her brother is in prison for murdering her parents who are now dead. Her life is shattered and destroyed, and so many people's lives are destroyed. You go on True Social and make a joke about Trump derangement syndrome. It just goes to show there was never anything there. There was never a center. It was always empty. There was nothing inside there. And there's something tragic about that, being a part of it for so long. I mean, I jumped off along the way, but you thought at one time that Trump really believed in America, believed in people, or something. I think he believes honestly in nothing. And now the only thing that's left is whatever people are projecting onto it. Whether that's they still think they're fighting the left or whatever it is. The only thing that's left is what people still believe is there. What people are projecting, and that's coming from themselves. This doesn't exist. So that's that. But I do want to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. My voice is like gone. I'm having to strain my voice here because I've been doing so much content. I never tire of it. A lot of dry winter air, endless content, no rest, no reprieve. That's fine. I exist for your amusement. And I'm happy to do it. Take the monologue and then go do whatever you want. All right, let's take a look at the super chats. Let's see what you got for me.
I'll bring it to you.
Let's see what you have to say. Let me get set up. I'm seeing all these super chats from Friday. I gotta fast forward. Okay, let's see.
Tom Smith sent $50. Leftists claim bedtime is fascist. We are all products of our environment. Last night, you told a disturbing anecdote about your father forcing you off video games for bedtime. Do you think that might have something to do with why you're a fascist?
Very good. I see the connection that you're making there. It's very good. Very, very salient.
Alex Jones Gardles Gravel sent $25. Newer listener. What's your objection with Protestantism/Protestants?
Okay, I'm Catholic, so just Google that one, okay? It sort of happened 500 years ago, Protestant Reformation, Off to a great start, by the way. Really great. Hey, just curious. Well, what's your beef with Protestants? Like it hasn't been going on for 500 years. That's on you. Hey, I just got here. What's the deal with Catholics and Protestants? Why don't you like each other again? It's like, hey, man, what did you just blow in from stupid town? Like, start there. Let's start with 2025. You don't need a library card. Hey, I just got here, new listener. Okay, what do you do on the planet? Why are you not Protestant? Well, I'm Catholic. Just Google that. Take a look. Figure it out.
Goy sent $50. The straw man argument. My favorite. No one but you implied there was a second shooter. Your good and plentiful reinforcement response, though. Ha. Made it look like you do something. I simply asked a question that was avoided. So we will try again. Do you think Charlie's neck absorbed a 30.06 bullet? A simple yes or no is all we need.
Already asked and answered.
Mary Blaney sent $21. My son and I love your show and watch it all the time. He's always wanted to super chat you. We messaged you on X and Nick J. Fuentes commentary. Is that really you or someone else pretending to be you?
It's the account with 1 million followers. It's not the one with, like, I don't even know, 5,000. It's at Nick J. Fuentes, the one that's in the bio of this channel. It's the one that has 1 million followers, okay? That's my Twitter, okay?
Wanda sent $20. If Erica Kirk had stayed quiet since her initial statement after the shooting, she would be in a position to counter Candace. They started out with essentially the same fan base. Her media tour cost her her image, and now she is torched. Charlie put Candace on, and now she is destroying his life's work. Brutal poetic justice.
I don't know if I agree with all that.
Smasher said $25. Have you noticed this trend of Hollywood promoting Timothy Chalamet playing historical Jewish heroes like Bob Dylan and now Marty Supreme? No, your little ping pong Jew is not tough, actually.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice that until you said it just now. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what that is. Who knows? Is that intentional? I'm not a big Timothy Chalamet respecter or anything. I'm not, so I don't know. I can't tell you all of his roles and whether they're all Jews or whatever.
Earthy Kroiber said $100. White ass Christmas going hard as fuck.
Very good. Thank you for the big super chat.
Sent $30. I would like to clarify something. So you're telling me that the bullet bounced off the back of Charlie's neck because of his skin? It's elastic, but then it penetrated bone, and you can't present hard evidence of something.
He's just not being serious.
D-Wolf Shrimp said $100. Take the gold ad rev. Physical gold ownership is the true escape hatch storm that collapsed land long ago. I have Google and other thoughts use a gold form. The original Q allegedly guided Rothschild. Yeah, should I? Thank you for the big super chat.
I got offered a gold sponsorship. Should I take it? It would be like $1 million. Should I take $1 million to plug gold? I mean, I don't know. I've never done sponsorships on the show. I only sell my own products, but that's a lot of money, and it's like, it's gold. It's not like I'm selling a razor or fucking underwear like John Doyle. I mean, it's gold. Like, everyone knows about gold. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? Should I take the $1 million? It's a lot of money. I mean, hey, I never took a sponsorship, but that's a lot of money. It's $1 million. That's a lot of security for your boy. Well, everyone's saying yes. I'm glad we came to this agreement. I'll let him know. We're going to sell gold now. Now, I'm glad to hear it. Everyone's totally okay with it. So if I decide to take him up on it, you'll all be... I don't know. I haven't made a decision yet. We'll see. But I'm considering it. I'm soliciting feedback. It's gold. It's not like I'm putting you on. No one was buying gold until Nick Fuentes told them to. You know? I own gold. I believe in gold.
Sorry.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I fear it's been a deception to allow gold to keep flowing, and then diversify with physical gold.
Yes. It's all a conspiracy, yes. Everything is a conspiracy. Yes, they're trying to get us to buy Bitcoin. That's a conspiracy to prevent us from buying gold. You know, look, I have fatigue from the conspiracy shit. It's like now everything's a... Yes, Australia's a conspiracy. Brown's a conspiracy. Robert Reiner's a conspiracy. Gold is a... Like, okay, time to take the blue pill now.
Sarah Man said $20. Woman propaganda gets smacked. Then out of the corner of the frame, a beam of auriful light begins to emerge into the picture. I can barely see your face as I was blinded by light when you walk up. Another pimp slap by you would have sent him into the abyss with Piers Morgan and a total of minus 6 million or lost.
I should have hit him, you're right. I should have hit him too. No, I'm kidding. I like that guy a lot. It was the first time I ever met him. Kind of under weird circumstances. Me and Sneeko were just walking up to what was going on because that's where we had dinner. Across the street from the event, and we were literally just walking up to check the event out, and this guy comes running towards me. I just got hit, and I'm like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. But he's a good guy. Solid guy, he's funny.
Israeli Roy percent $20. Theo Von, Rogan in 2026.
Yeah. That sounds like a really good idea.
Alex Jones Gardles Gravel sent $20. How are JP and Kyle doing now? I just watched your first show. Were those your boys or just some random people who were into politics?
Kyle. I don't remember Kyle. I remember JP from high school. I don't know. I haven't talked to any of these people from high school. I don't know. It was Colin. It was Colin, not Kyle. I haven't talked to either of them in probably 10 years. And yeah, so I'm not going to weigh in. I don't want to create drama for them, but haven't heard from him in a long time.
Monty at Roy sent $20. Yo, Nick, what do you think about the Epstein files being released this Friday for the Epstein Transparency Act?
What do I think about that? I think that's good.
New York Riper sent $100. Thanks again for signing our hats, my nigga. Hopefully our Trash City treated you well.
Yeah. Can you not do that anymore? Thank you for the big super chat, but there's like a new thing now where every time I go to the airport, people are waiting for me to sign shit. Please don't do that. And I get it. I know maybe you're a fan of the show. I understand, but how am I supposed to know? I can't have, especially at an airport, I can't have people running up on me, you know. It's one thing if you bump into me at an event or something where there's security, but like, it's like this new thing. It's literally paparazzi. You saw it. I was in New York, and I got out of the airport, and some guy comes running in my face with a camera from Daily Mail or something. And but that was outside. There's people in the airport literally waiting for me. They fucking stalk me. And they come running up to me, sign my shit. And I'm like, I didn't come here for an autograph signing thing. And I don't know who you are. And I don't, you know, and with all due respect, people are trying to kill me. So I'm not really doing a meet and greet right now. It's crazy. So I appreciate the super chat, okay? But we don't be doing that anymore. I don't want to see anybody at the airport anymore. It's bullshit, you know? People think I'm going to be, like, delighted to see that. People are like, hey, here we are waiting for you with our shit. It's like I'm here to travel. I'm not here actually for the meet and greet. I'm here to get on a plane and go somewhere. I don't like people stalking me. I don't like people knowing where I am like that. Hey, we stalked you. We camped out and we waited for you. It's like, okay, good for you. But, like, that's scary, you know? Maybe you don't think of it that way, but
It's the house plan.
You know, not a smart thing. So I'm not doing any more autographs. I'm not doing that anymore. Please do not do that. I don't consider that to be friendly behavior. It's hostile. And I get it. You didn't know. Okay, fine. You know, I don't know how you didn't know, but now you know. So I appreciate the super chat. People are saying, don't be a bitch. See, you don't understand. You know how it is.
Roy sent $20. Retards calling the Bond ID shooting a psyop saying Charlie Kirk was
killed. People are getting sniped. People are getting sniped in the head. And you think it's okay to stalk people? You can't. Don't stalk me. You know?
Roy sent $20. Retards calling the Bond ID shooting a psyop saying Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel and that Candace is a genius. Was it worth it, Nick? Look what you've done.
That's not my fault.
Horseshoe Theory Optimist sent $100. James Fishback made a post saying and running for governor of Florida so that the trains run on time. French. Roe should have learned from Kyle Langford. Now he's going to lose. Oh well. Merry Christmas.
Well, you don't know that. I appreciate the big super chat. I don't know if that's the case.
Humane Ranch Roy sent $30. Hey Nick, I'm an American living in Canada for the time being. Unfortunately, the CDC here is already talking about how they have obtained an intelligence report that there will be a violent extremist attack on Jizir Lowell. False flags.
Yeah, man. Whatever. Everything's a false flag now. Whatever.
The Chicago Way sent $25. Small Cheval snub from the top burger list.
What
burger sent $25. I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? Legendary response.
Yeah, because it's so presumptuous. It's like you're in a conversation. Oh, this person has something to say to you. Why am I talking? I don't know who this person is, you know? It's always so... They control you by putting you in these situations and they feel entitled to a response. It's like, wait a second. I'm here for the proper examination, not for this. So... I love people texting me during the show. I love when people watch a show and then they text me during the show like I'm not blind.
Buster sent $20. It's funny how 5 years after BLM, it's now the right who are expected to shut up and listen when a black woman is speaking. Also, you look so cute tonight. I wish you were yelling at me and punching holes in my wall as I cook for you.
No, you don't.
SS Edmund Fitzroy sent $50. All I want from Monica is 2,000 pounds bombs. Said face emoji. SS Edmund Fitzroy sent $50. I'm dreaming of a multicultural Christmas sun like the ones I used to know.
That's gotta be me.
Degree sent $21. What did woman propaganda expect you and Sneeko to say? So yeah, bro, I was insulting this Jewish guy unprovoked and he punched me. We gotta get him past neither cringe in my opinion.
Okay, whatever.
Sarah Palin's box sent $30. Larry Ellison's folly will be his data center bets collateralized on fake revenue and bad chips. 108 BNUSD. They are positioning the government for bailouts based on national security, but I think the mutiny inside the GOP this close to midterms. Credit default swaps on Oracle are one of the most popular products on the street RN.
Yeah, well, super chat here. Let's see how that ages.
Scalpin of Flagwag sent $30. Very tired dealing with these. The Bible says to support Israel and choose Judeo-Christians. We need a Bible study or something focused on brainwashing these people. P.S. Just got the AF hat in and it's great. Much love, brother, and Merry Christmas.
Okay, I'll put that on the list.
G said $50. That's crazy. Nick W. Sneeko. Buy yourself something nice for Christmas.
Thanks.
Bob sent $20. I see Talmud quotes on my timeline like killing a goy is like killing a wild animal. And while I can find quotes like Gentile who kills a Jew will be put to death while a Jew who kills a Gentile shall not, I can't find the blatant ones that people constantly quote. these people a psyop or just going?
Yes, it's all a conspiracy. Yes, everything's a conspiracy. If you see information on the internet which isn't true, it's a conspiracy. Yeah, it's all a conspiracy. Nothing ever happens. No one kills anyone. No one ever gets anything wrong. No one ever lies. No one ever fakes anything. No, it's all orchestrated. As a matter of fact, we're the only people that are alive. Everyone is a psyop. You who sent that to me, we're the only people, and everyone is part of the conspiracy. And it's the Truman Show. Nothing is real. If you see information on the internet which is dubious, it was put there by the Illuminati, for sure.
The John Bronson sent $20.
It's all a
when I was
psyop.
a kid. I would see Dingleberg with all of his nice stuff, and Mr. Turner was always such a sad going boy. Plus the sniffer on Dick. Tyson Taylor said $100. After seeing the likely targeted attack on Ella Cook in the Brown shooting for being white and open and conservative, I've been waiting for your show all day. It's such a huge comfort that AF is inevitable knowing that these crazy lunatics would kill a girl like me just like they did to her. Never stop doing what you're doing. We need as many men like you as possible.
That's crazy. Holy pick me. Thank you for the big super chat. Crazy how people get killed at Brown and you're like, oh my gosh, that could happen to me. No, I'm kidding a little bit, but I appreciate the big super chat. Is it likely that she was targeted, or did you see the same rumor that everybody else did? I don't think that's verified at all. But it's possible. I mean, anything's possible, but I don't think that's been verified. But I appreciate it. Am I a do we need many men like me? I think we're good with one. I think we need a lot of men that are not like me. We maybe need one guy like me. But I appreciate the big super chat.
$8 sent $20. Marriage is idolized in modern culture. Jesus and Paul were both single. Paul, who wrote most of the NT, says, it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with
Gosh, yeah, let's do that again. Let's do that show all over again.
Rowan was listening back for your previous shows. Hot stuff. Would you say that the path forward for AF is a form of inclusive populism? It seems that is the message now. You have said diversity is baked in. We aren't sending people back, and you like living in diversity, etc.
I've already covered that.
Anthony Crow Ever sent $20. Hey Nick, fish son or back daughter. Cat Pole 1998 sent $20. Now the unmarried and the widows, I say. It is good for them to stay unmarried. Alex Jones Cardinals Gravel sent $30. Have you done a lot of research on alternative theories for Charlie Kirk's assassination other than what the FBI and Candace have put down? Even if it's
it's like Zodiac. It's like Zodiac. I have binders full of research. I'm pounding the pavement. I'm making phone calls. I'm doing tons and tons and tons of research. I have a notepad because it's a really complicated case. So yeah, gotta stand top.
$20. The unmarried person is concerned about the Lord's affairs. How to please the Lord. But the married person is concerned about the affairs of his.
Yes, let's do that again.
$20. Criteria to be invited to their gala. 1. Be totally irrelevant.
That's true. It seems like that's the rule.
$20. Many give you the benefit of the doubt by calling you apart for 10 minutes, then agree with you anyway, obsessing over your language while ignoring how their euphemistic wording spots
well said. So true.
Thomas Cruise said $100. Been doing monthly confession, going to Sunday Mass, praying every day, even trying SSPD for the first time. I haven't asked any family to come, but they see me going, and now they're getting back to Catholicism and joining me at Mass. I feel a lot better than I did being atheist. I really appreciate you.
Love to hear it. Thank you for the big super chat.
Awesome. That being said, I used to think that good versus evil stuff was wacky. I thought the idea of it being a spiritual battle was over the top. Your monologue after the Catholic school shooting stuck with me though, and I noticed the good versus evil everywhere now. These recent shootings, false flag not being an example, really changed my perspective. Freaks me out a little edgy out.
Sorry to hear that. Thank you for the big super chat. I'm sorry to hear it freaks you out. I'm glad to hear you realizing it. So true, so true. Thank you very much.
$100.
I appreciate it.
That you feel the U.S. is in the late stages of a republic. Do you think mass remigration is the main policy solution to stop the seemingly inevitable decline of our country? Would you see the decline of any great empires? Lastly, in 100 years, when history is written about this time, how would you like to be remembered?
I honestly... Why are we doing this? I don't care.
We're not going to be here.
Do you think that's a good... How would you like to be remembered? I don't know. Dude, no one's going to remember, okay? It's going to be in 100 years. You want to know the truth? No one gives a fuck about me now. You think people are going to remember you then? No one gives a fuck about you now. Okay? How would you like to be remembered in 100 years? I would like to be remembered now. I would like to be... Nobody cares, okay? Nobody actually cares that much about anything, about you or me or anything. How would you like to be remembered? Honestly, I hope they don't put my name on a building, because then it's what? You're going to put my name on a library that people are going to have sex in? Homeless people are going to be shooting up in or something? How would you like to be remembered? So what, like Indian kids are going to be reading my name in a book and have to be tested on it? I don't know, man. I side with Ye. I think I'd like to be forgotten. I think I'd like to be so ubiquitous people just forget. So what were the 6 million other questions you asked? So you mentioned that yeah, I know what I said. Is mass migration, remigration the main policy? Yeah, close the fucking border. Is the decline of any great empire inevitable? All societies degenerate over time.
The Hyman Hunter said $100 about what you said in the Richard Spencer interview on Netanyahu and accelerationism. Why would they need to engage in roundabout methods such as indirectly empowering anti-Israel PPL like yourself in order for Israel to be released from the American empire? Would it be that difficult for Israel to partner with America on their own will? I assumed it was the other way around.
Well, you have to consider that Israel is not the most powerful. New York is the capital of American Jewry, not Tel Aviv. New York is the capital of world Jewry, not Tel Aviv. Understand that. And to the extent that there is some theory that Netanyahu is using anti-Semitism, I think it is because he wants powerful Jews to move to Israel. He wants to bring powerful Jews into solidarity with Israel. Because Netanyahu is like the regional governor of Israel. Israel's like a province in the Jewish empire. And Netanyahu is like the governor of New York, right? If New York is an important American state and the governor of New York is powerful, it's like Israel is a province of the Jewish empire and is a powerful province, and Netanyahu is the governor of it. And so I would say that, Netanyahu, maybe he profits from anti-Jewish attitudes because it brings Jews closer together, it brings New York and Israel closer together. Maybe it's something like that.
Shabbos Hebrew said $100. It's a white Christian People's Socialist Republic of NYC. Hope you had a good time while here. Merry Christmas to you and your family. God bless, brother.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I got to see a little of the snow. Love Christmas in New York. Love the people. Love the energy. Yeah, I did have a good time. Some good food, good eats.
Jacoby17 said $20. Nick, recently got serious with a lovely South Korean emoji conservative woman who is waiting till marriage. I now see this as a true blessing in someone I can realistically start marrying with. You inspire us.
Awesome.
Joe Dirt said $25. Hey Nick, love the show. My friends and I are from the Chicagoland area, and I drove them down Devon Avenue in Rogers Park, and I thought we were in the Middle East. I've never seen so many Arabic signs. You can smell them from the inside of the car with the windows up. Also, opinion on Joe Dirt.
Never saw it. Seems dumb.
Jesus first said $20. Tucker Blood Guild mention. I think he was referencing Matt 27:25. May his blood be upon us and our children when Rob is let out. He phrased it in such a way saying it was bad for Israel to kill the Palestinians. You didn't disagree. Asked for clarification. He moved on. Coastal people always speak indirectly.
No, CIA agents speak indirectly.
Matthew Robert Bates said $25. I like the fact that Yahoo made time to do streams and collabs with your friends like Steve-O. We all found out more about you than the whole Piers Morgan interview. Do you ever watch people's clips and commentary of you? I often wonder what you would think of what these people say about you. It helps get you out there.
What do I watch my own clips? Yeah, I watch what people talk, what people say about me, sure. I don't really get it.
3 McDoubles Police said $20. Freddie said a bunch of spots around Chicago. Bastards closed all of them at the same time, lol. Jesus first said $20. Is not going to go to that party? They're trying to get you guys on the 1789 Capitol payroll.
I don't know, I haven't talked to him.
Roy Blunt said $25. Yo, Nick, listen to your Spencer chat. You said that we aren't going to be telling white guys they shouldn't date non-whites, but isn't that your position? I tried dating Melody at DBH. It was literal third world tier experience. Not worth it. Married a white woman who could never have kids that don't look like me.
I don't think I said that.
Diddy Sprinkles said $20. Love the new merch. I got the Nick Fuentes was right about Israel had to stop wearing it in public. Unfortunately, a little too many nut jobs. Not about to get stabbed over a sweatshirt LMFA up. Veronica said $50. You know what I call it? Democrats. Merry Christmas, brother. I hope you enjoy some well-earned rest. All the best for you and yours this holiday season.
Well-earned. I was traveling for work. I love when I go on a trip and it's like non-stop action. People go, hope you enjoyed your break. It's like, dude, just because you don't see me doesn't mean I'm not still doing things, you know? But, yeah, Merry Christmas. I'm not very tired.
$25. I have no clue what really happened to Charlie, but since the assassination, it is clear Israel's goal was slashes to turn Putin into a pro-Zionist youth movement. Erica is an asset and can't keep up the charade much longer, and don't forget one of Charlie's last messages was to lead the pro-Israel cause.
Yeah.
Talking that shit says $50. James Lindsay was alive from the Cellar podcast talking about rampant anti-Semitism. The Jewish host said the answer to our racial tensions is to de-emphasize our ethnicity, intermarry and interbreed. They say the quiet part out loud when they're mad.
Yeah, they do.
Talman 36 said $20. The born year of the tiger had his enemy year in 2016 year of the monkey canceled by Media Matters founded in a monkey year. Paul Miller Dragon got beat up by Antifa in his enemy year 2018 dog.
Wow, yeah.
Spencer Dixon said $20. Candanza with Amor Matt Walsh dad. Diddy Sprinkles said $50. Anyone else find it insane that it's socially acceptable for Ash Sarkar to tell Nick to kill himself? Not sure if that's okay, but when Nick says Hitler was pretty fucking cool, all hell breaks out.
Yeah, well.
Talman 36 said $20.
On the other foot,
impressive. Islam founded year of the tiger led by Mudhead Tiger blew up in 2022 year of the tiger. Base of the Negro Slayer said $25. Dear Nick, why is it so hard for people to understand the notion that Jews be Jewing? I mean, it's literally in their name for crying out loud. Sincerely. Sinus or Groever said $20. I have kidnapped the elf on a shelf and am force feeding him milk and cookies until he explodes.
Emily, stop.
That's crazy. Said $20. UNWOB, I'm a former Catholic converted Protestant. What do you think about the idea of the Old Testament being Kabbalistic in its ways? Stories always chaotic, and the new being about making peace.
That is the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Woodley said $20. Did Candace Owens, who is banned from Australia, have aforementioned knowledge about the Bondi attack but didn't share it with law enforcement? If so, she should be investigated.
Yeah, it's all
conspiracy. $45. It was great meeting you. I'm a huge fan and was genuinely starstruck meeting you. I've been Arcadia and JF 100% for ages and only recently blew up on it. Trans is only full for wig and great bait, I swear. God bless you. Really hope we get to meet again someday. Crying face emoji.
Yes. Nice to meet you too. It's a shame we only got to talk for a second. Really. But I wasn't let into the party, so. Hopefully next time. We'll see.
My power attorney sent $50
Hey.
in support of the Benny Basil show. Here's some talent money from the Paybigs.
Oh,
King.
Stop. Hey, good to hear from you, babe. We love the show, and we love the show. No, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It was good to meet you guys. The GOAT. But yeah, dude, Nicki Minaj, you're wrong about that. I'm not going to make you choose, but what's going on with that? You know where your bread is buttered. Maybe there's going to, if she's ever running for president, she's with Vance, I don't know, might have to be a battle. I don't know. Don't make me pick a side either now. But good to hear from you, buddy. It was nice to meet you. I appreciate the super chat. Looking forward to the next show.
Matt Walsh. When people say shit about me, that's not true. It pisses me off, Tucker. I'm the opposite. It's only true attacks that upset me a amount. Sounds about right.
Yeah, very good. Freudian slip, perhaps.
$100. You finally got a new suit. Nice.
Nope, this is the same one. Thanks for the super chat.
Will represent $20. W video with Sneeko. You were slamming bread at dinner, lol, but Sneeko always brings a good convo.
Dude, listen, I love Sneeko, but every time we hang out, he's got the fucking camera in my face. I was hungry. I hadn't eaten all day. I was starving. He got a late reservation. We go there, and then he's putting a camera in me. I'm literally just devouring bread and... No, but it's okay. But for Sneeko, we're generous.
Your take on an identified aerial phenomenon disclosure? Anapoline Luna and others pushing hearings. This is a tinfoil. It's a classification chokehold.
Oh my
Declassify
gosh.
for or keep it buried. Your overhead window too narrow.
It's not real, dude. And that question was written by ChatGPT.
Uber percent $20. Got first snow of the year recently. White boy winter is in full effect. Does your family have any unique traditions for Christmas?
Not really.
Trevor sent $20. What is the thought process with the hiding in plain sight strategy for real AF believers gaining political/cultural power? Why do you think that the head-on approach that you yourself take with the show would be ineffective for a large-scale movement? If AF is really in the majority, then what's the need to be sneaky?
I've explained it, and you know my answer.
Hollis Roy sent $20. Give this to your tailor. Looking good. And to Hollis Roy.
One of your rides?
Roy sent $20. Watching woman propaganda getting bitch slapped was not what I was expecting when I opened Twitter.
I was rough.
As soon as I can.
Orleans Rumble sent $20. If you were allowed to speak at the what would your speech made to be about giving the crowd? Also, thank you for always being a mixed trans Franco-nationalist like Mel and Haley.
Very good. I don't know what I would talk about. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a lot.
Plum sent $25. Please talk about the enclaves in Lakewood, New Jersey and surrounding towns. It's way worse than anyone would think.
I literally did on the fucking thing.
Census Plenio sent $20. The future is contested. Rent check sent $20. With midterms coming up, you mentioned helping choose AF candidates. Do you plan on doing that for every state?
Sure.
Otto's Revenge sent $25. I was watching your show the morning of St. Nicholas Day. We gave my daughter her stocking from St. Nick and she pointed at the TV and said from you. My wife is going into labor right now with our second, so we're watching until we need to go to the hospital. America first is the future. We have to win.
Wow.
God bless you, bro.
Wholesome story. Thank you for the super chat. Well, good luck with labor. Praying for you guys. Appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Really, you sent $20. I'm just taking your talking points. Did you notice he only started getting into politics since he and Trump? You can't trust a black and most definitely not a black Muslim.
I'm not getting into trouble.
Going from Anchorage, Alaska here. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you for the big super chat. Merry Christmas.
Order sent $25. Just wanted to get on here and say thank you and God bless. I've lost family members at the hands of Israel and I'm glad you're helping people wake up to how demonic they are. I'm born and raised in Chicago, greatest city on earth. I would die for this country, but not for Israel. Stay safe and Merry Christmas.
Wow, base. Thank you.
Hunter Bitten sent $35. One thing you don't get enough credit for is your incredible rise doing all this effectively by yourself, against all odds.
True.
I'm from NW suburbs starting a company right now and it's been extremely difficult. Have any advice for the entrepreneurs and people fighting for themselves?
Advice for entrepreneurs, just believe in yourself. Believe in yourself and believe in your own abilities. Because, I was just thinking about this the other day. When I was getting started, everybody thought they knew better than me. And everybody, they were either putting me down or they thought I had nothing going on. And you really just need to believe in yourself. You have to be your own advocate. And that is internal and external. You have to be your own advocate. You got to talk yourself up. You got to be your own biggest cheerleader. You got to talk your own shit. You got to have the courage of your convictions. When you're right, double check your math, but have confidence that you're right and move decisively, execute decisively, and follow through. And be your own advocate. If people are not looking out for you, reciprocate that. You have, this is a world where no one is going to fight for you. No one is going to fight for your seat at the table. No one's going to fight for you to get what you're entitled to. you have to fight for it against other people. People are always trying to take what's yours. They're always trying to take more than what they're entitled to. And so what I have discovered doing this, that if I could say one thing to my younger self, it would be, don't let people gaslight you. If you're right, you're right. Stick to your guns, follow through, be a leader, be willing to stand alone, be your own advocate, fight for your own best interest, fight for your seat at the table, whatever it is. And persevere. Above all else, never give up. Never give up. You'll always have setbacks, you'll always have challenges. Have a strategy, have some game sense, be aware of where you're going, have a destination, have a sense of how you're going to get there and when you're going to get there, what the challenges are going to be, take care of the downsides. That'd be some of my advice. Because, it was very difficult to get here all by myself. And, look, if I gave up, wouldn't be here. If I listened to other people, wouldn't be here. If I didn't trust my gut, wouldn't be here. If I didn't fight for my own rights, wouldn't be here. Because what happens is, for someone like myself, you have something that people want to harness. You have talent, you have ability, and people want to take that and make it work for them. Or people that are transactional, they want to work with you on a basis that only works for them. And you got to have the balls to say, no, I want to be my own boss. No, I don't want to be, I don't want to be working for you. I want this to be working for me. And if we're going to have a transactional relationship, I need my end taken care of. You got to speak up and stick up for yourself. And a lot of men have a hard time with that because a lot of men are becoming like women and they're becoming very agreeable. And they're being trapped. Don't let agreeableness be used against you, because it frequently is.
Yeah.
In other words, people try to convince you that if you stick up for yourself, that you're rocking the boat. People try to gaslight you into thinking that if you stick up for yourself, if you stand up for your end of the bargain, they say, well, you're an asshole. Well, you owe me. Well, you should be grateful. Well, hey, you're being a jerk. Be a jerk. Be okay with being the asshole. Assholes are the only people that change anything. Assholes are the only people that have anything. And it's business. You're not friends with people, you're in business. And when you're in business with somebody, you say, look, respectfully, you're here to make money. You're here to make money. You're here to achieve your goals, whatever it is. You're not here to be best good friends. And I know throughout my life, people have tried to put their arm around me and say, hey, we're friends, right? And they try to push you in a certain direction that they want you to go in. And you say no. And people think that they can wear you down. If they keep trying to push you or ask you for stuff, they think that you'll get tired of saying no. Never get tired of saying no. Never get tired of sticking up for yourself. Because that's the biggest thing I've noticed, is that people get turned out and manipulated because they're not willing to be a jerk. They get tired of saying no. And they say, all right, oh, I guess I could do this. I guess I'll do that. Don't feel obligated to anybody. That is for Goyim. That is for fucking Goyim. Goyim feel obligated. Goyim feel like they need to show gratitude. That is for Goyim. And look, if you have broken bread with somebody and you're friends with them and you have a mutual relationship that is tested over time, if they have shown up for you, if they have demonstrated loyalty, then you can be friends with somebody. But, in business and politics, it's all networking. People give each other their number, their card, they DM, and it's all bullshit. They're not your friends. So don't feel bad about upsetting them, going against what they're telling you to do, what they want you to do.
Come on, man.
I say that from experience. I don't know how it is in business, but I imagine it's similar. Because at the end of the day, you are responsible for your own nut. And by that, I mean, whether you sink or swim, that's you. And you have to live with it. When you're successful or a failure, that's your life. So you have to kind of take accountability. If someone's telling you to do something, they have advice for you, whatever it is. People try to push you in a direction. People want something from you. Remember that in the end, Your success or your failure is yours. And have that in mind. Have the goal in mind always. People say, oh, I owe this guy, or I need to do this, or this guy told me to do that. Yeah, well, you know what? The outcome is not really their concern. It's your concern. So you got to take care of that. Anyway. Someone goes, how long does this go on for? Okay, well, you know what? You don't like it, then you're banned. So, this is good advice. I'm putting you on. This is good advice. Because I'm somebody that, look, nobody really gave me any help. I was screwed from the very beginning. I had no advantages. I fought for everything. And now everybody respects me. It was never like that. It's so funny. Now that I have raised up an army and they're fucking worried, now everybody goes, oh, you're so talented. Oh, you're so... And I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but that's what everyone says now. It wasn't like that 10 years ago. 10 years ago, it was, he's a piece of shit. He's vile. He's a troll. He's the worst person ever. Get him out of my sight. Guards, seize him. Now it's, oh, no, he's so talented. Oh, now they get the devil his due. Now, now it's different. And I'm not saying that to gloat, but I'm saying I had to fight for that. It wasn't given to me. It wasn't like, it wasn't easy. It wasn't like I did what I was supposed to do and here's your reward. No, I had to, it was a fucking cage match. And if I lost, they would blot out my name from the history books. And I would be in ignominy. And it's only because I fought like hell that I am where I am. Because I stuck up for myself. Because I believed in myself. I trusted my gut. I was the asshole. I was disagreeable. I was willing to stand alone. I steeled myself. And that is what I admire about Joseph Stalin, the man of steel. Because he did it too. No, I'm kidding. But that's good advice. I don't know how much that applies to business, but in politics, that's how it is. Gotta fight. No one will give anything to you. No one will advocate for you. You have to fight for your own success.
Pragmatic Culture sent $100. Hey Nick, glad to hear you did go on break during your trip to NYC. Looking forward to catching you there next time.
Is that a joke? Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I wish that was a break, but no, I was busy the whole weekend. But yeah, maybe next time.
Oh, no problem sent $30. The way you didn't give a fuck about the dude coming up to tell you he got sucked out was horrible.
Well, he's talking crazy to me. I had no idea what's going on. I'm just walking down the street and this guy runs up to me. It's like, I just got hit in the face. And I'm like, well, nice to meet you, And I don't want to get hit in the face. I'm like, I don't know what's going on here, but I don't know. There's protesters. I don't want to get shot. I don't want to get shot outside of a party I wasn't even invited to. So I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Xbox sent $20. Australia after the recent Bondi attack, the political climate has drastically escalated. You follow us, Hill, Hugo Lennon, on X. Would you ever do a stream with him?
Would I ever do? Yeah, definitely. Would I ever do a stream with him in the whole, if time never ended? Yeah, I'd imagine at some point it would happen.
Sent $50. Why no crash out against the Richard Spencer live stream caller who told you he got red pilled 5 months ago and asked for your opinion on circumcision? No, just isn't this gear policing?
It's harder to crash out when they're on voice.
Moonstag 2 sent $100. The Austrian painter was right about everything.
Daring today, aren't we? Thank you for the big super chat.
$20. Hey Nick, I love everything you say and do, but where do you see yourself in the future, career-wise, and where do you see your movement? Do you think?
What is this, a fucking job interview? Fuck off.
Sent $30.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What's your biggest weakness? I don't know. I hope I'm fucking alive. Okay, I hope I'm alive.
Nick, I love your ass.
Yeah, right.
Proud to be white Irish Italian great-grandparents.
Let's go. Love it.
Please be safe.
Love it. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Mr. P8797 sent $20. Tucker Carlson is America's Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
Bradley Dose sent $20. I met your assistant this weekend. He's a smart guy. Give him a raise. Also, unions are your avenue to your preservation of wine culture, especially in Chicago, the strongest union city in the world.
All right, well, don't be talking about my staff.
He sent $30. Have you thought about wagging shirts? White ass and yes getting mad at Klarna. Ethan Gibbons sent $20. I love what you say. People nowadays are so bullshit. I'm just glad you say it how it is. I love how you say everything you think with such articulation. You are very smart, and I love you. Just want to say you were a big inspiration.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Scrap sent $20. Does the American bow tie thing really bother you that much? Should he have worn an Israeli bow tie instead?
Yeah.
$20. If you read the Lost Generation article, the most disheartening thing about it was seeing these millennial white guys that have direct experience of white exclusion and knowing it's explicitly because they're white/male, but still clinging to the colorblind mindset. They seem to hold on to this belief out of comfort.
Yeah, they do.
Jones Time sent $100. Thank you for your service to the country! settled Florida in the 1830s.
Wow, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
$20. When are you going to reconnect with Levy is here? He is probably more base than you, and if the two of you streamed together, you would make huge numbers DDH. Fuck the juice.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth 5 sent $50. White women for Fuentes. Hard hands emoji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your grandma said $100. I just canceled my subscription to Tucker. I told him that I am no on Team Fuentes and thanked him and Candace for introducing you.
Let's go. Thank you for the big super chat. Well done.
Doing 69 cents.
Mission accomplished.
1XL/XL grow Ivers on your side.
Okay.
The SM Twinks will be the first ones to surrender to the enemy.
What are you going to do? You can't run away. You can't fight. What are you going to do? You going to roll around? What are you going to crush him to death? Beef stew?
$20. Aussie here. The shooters were licensed gun owners and, by law, likely club members, so their competence isn't surprising. More concerning is the son was investigated by ASIO in 2019 for ISIS files.
Which,
Sneeko sent $20. WISIS. Fire emoji.
That's not the real Sneeko.
Base Irish number sent $25. The generational run continues. Really enjoyed the collab with Uncle Spence. Some of his subscribers truly are weird freaks, but the convo was very good. Messed up how they treated you, but I think that was a tactical error on their part. Everyone in NYMDC were talking about your absence. Merry Christmas. Latin.
True. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Just
it.
another guy, 1111 sent $20.
Thanks
for standing on business, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Smith 1171 sent $50. False flag attack by Israel. Shooter was IDF trained. Guy who stopped shooter was Muslim, so it destroyed their narrative. Mossad gets an investigation. Thoughtful face emoji. Instantly blames Iran. It's all a show. Surgeon General Roever sent $20. Agent Carlson walks into a room. He says you attacked my dad. In a girlish tantrum, biggest hand, sitting at the head of a round table, snaps his fingers. A guy Tucker didn't see behind the door steps up behind Tucker. This is from Pat Buchanan. Tucker says just trying to stop white identity. His POV fades to black.
Dude, Pat Buchanan lost. Okay? We have to come to grips with the fact that Pat Buchanan lost. So, nice try, all that, but, you know, people talk about beautiful losers. I love Pat Buchanan. He's a great man, but, like, you know, the future is now.
User Ron sent $20. Our intelligence agency investigated the younger shooter 6 years ago and found his ties to an Islamist terrorist group and did nothing. Police
I talked about that during the show that I just did.
ISIS equals Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Why can't we just say they're always the ones who gain the most from these tragic events? I deployed twice to Afghanistan. I've met good and bad Muslims.
Yeah, that's great.
America First Muslims sent $45. Point A. Book report now. American going on the 6 million Jews killed at Bandai New in the morning, including mention of the brave Jew who stopped the shooter. Oh, and $3 billion to combat anti-Semitism in America.
Comedy is just
$20. Funny way, I read a party that the rabbi who organized the Yossi Hanukkah event had been to Gaza several times to celebrate it before the genocide was killed. The Zero here sent $20. The government linked them to extremist groups and did nothing. First, the under-17 media ban, and now even more new laws are going to be forced on civilians. I suspected false.
That's crazy. More conspiracies. Yeah, it's all conspiracy.
She isn't subversive and isn't Israel first. I'm hesitant to send him NJF clips. How do you discuss with your J friends? Thanks for all you do. Arbor 340 sent $50.
Okay.
Arbor 340 sent $50. Have you seen the speech in Peaky Blinders S5B5? I would love to convert former Bernie brothers into Lartico. Oops. Here come H1B's victims to AF. They know something is wrong, just not way. Hollis 1821 sent $25. Hey Nick, look at the interview from Arsen Ostrowski, a Jewish lawyer who arrived 2 weeks ago in Australia. October 7th, survivor happened to be at the shooting. Apparently shot in the head and did an interview with bandages and a bloody face interview. Pain. Italian food. Merry Christmas, God bless, bro.
Pain, yes, I know. He had a pallet of bricks, and he was holding a black umbrella, and he had a maroon shirt on. Yes, I know, and he had an energy weapon. He had a mysterious device. Yes, I know. It's all conspiracy.
$25. Hey Nick.
That's it, dude.
Peter 25 sent $20. Nick, Israel isn't its own entity. It's an artificial construct created and sustained by European and American Jews.
Okay. Thanks. I didn't know that. Thank
Arbor
you.
340 sent $50. I'm an almost 40-year-old Royber, and I have never been so optimistic for our future. Thank you for all you've done and had to endure for our people and nation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sent $20. Thoughts on Handsome Truth and the Going Defense League?
I think they're idiots.
Christiane Bavars sent $20. Nick, cheers from West Town. How can we get more involved with AF in 2026?
I'll tell you.
Costanza Groever sent $20. Which musical instrument would you learn if you had to choose one?
I don't know, dude. Piano.
Camping sent $50. Can you please stop pandering when you go on these interviews insinuating that the provocative things you say are jokes? Dr. Melvis Rapist sent $20. Nick responding to a super chat from a mom and son saying I need to be less vulgar. 5 minutes later has a monologue about Eiffel Tower and Peter's wife with Mr. Sides.
I said it too, man.
America First 1776 sent $20. Hey Nick and God bless. Bennett couldn't handle the wag. Are they trying to distance themselves from the NY State Young Republicans after the group chat week? Im Gladwin Sneeko had fun in NYC though. Sarah the only enemy sent $20. Good night. Thank you for the dose.
So
Karen Square sent $100. Someone found the Roy you created 6 months ago and there's $30K for you to claim. You know what this means?
What Groiper? I didn't create any Groiper. Thank you for the big super chat.
2323 sent $20. Hey Nick, would you ever collab with Thomas Sewell? Listen to him.
Nope.
Smith 1171 sent $20. Nick, if you don't have XRP to get some before the Clarity Act gets signed. Crypt 84 sent $20. Don't take a deal with the gold ad. They are not going to be promoting physical gold. They will promote false paper contracts for gold that the banks do not have
my gosh. That's crazy.
The Slippy one sent $20. Hey Nick, if you had one question to ask Putin, what would it be?
I'd say what's up.
Marco 340 sent $20. Nick, $1 million could be seed money for your pack. Think of how many Congress primaries AF could influence. I want to win, Mike, but we need more than a couple.
I wasn't thinking of that it was $1 million before you said that.
The gold sponsorship. You need to make sure you hold full creative freedom to plug in how you see.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
Larry Silverstein is a piece of shit devil cunt sent $20. What's good, nigga? You was in New York and you didn't hit me up. Damn, I fuck Larry Silverstein. Lol. Also, it's hilarious how Mark Zuckerberg allows all the Nazi Hitler stuff on Instagram. Meanwhile, he's getting funded by the US. But I bet you he's for America first deep down since he's not taking it off. Lol.
That's crazy.
Shawn Michaels sent $25. Ever played the Batman Arkham games? Arkham City is
I think they're gay.
Basement Dwellers sent $50. Logistical feasibility of actual integration of the West. So many of us push for it, but do we ever consider how it will be achieved? Trump's a dud, but we need to keep hope alive. You said $25. Does Lab IQ mug you? He got a 1,570 on his SAT.
I only took the ACT.
6 Rennis sent $20. Least favorite chore aside from reading super chats. Laundry for me.
Business.
Mountain sent $20. Thank you for what you do, man. You were absolutely right about the conspiracy fatigue. It makes us look like retard. Deadass Tom sent $20. A Holocaust survivor died in the shooting. Why did every Jewish-related shooting has a dead Holocaust survivor? Why all the survivors? Nazis were ruthless, and yet apparently you can just walk out like it's fucking JC. Okay. You think people that went through such torture and malnourishment would have died decades ago? Shiva Blaster sent $20. My favorite part of Saving Private Ryan was when Tom Hanks saved Finkelstein's be mom and me dad from Stalin and then a fucking monster. Figurement 1 sent $20. As a Catholic, if you haven't already, you should ask St. Michael the Archangel and your guardian angel for protection. God bless.
Thank you. Yeah, never heard of that before.
Filmation sent $150. Big fan of you in the show. Keep up the great work.
Remember to pray to God. Oh, thanks. I forgot for a sec. Thank you for the big super chat.
$20. Take the gold. Take the spots. Your growing notoriety is a threat. Work to pay for better security. A more secure.
Oh, thanks.
Unreal
Again,
Delivery sent $20. Hi, Nick. I hope you had fun in NYC this weekend. I was there too and had lots of fun. What's your go-to games order?
Chicken
What you get for being so funny and doing our streams. Merry Christmas.
I get the chicken fingers. I think that's the only thing they sell.
Smoke at 99 cent $20. What are a few things you do as president if enough people supported you that you ended up in real power and leadership?
What do you get at Raising Cane's? So let's see. They have a 2-piece combo, a 3-piece combo, a 4. It's chicken nuggets. Fucking idiots. What do you get at Raising Cane's? The pizza. I love Raising Cane's stir fry and fucking pizza, you fucking stupid idiot. What do I get at Raising Cane's? What do you think? I get the fried chicken strips. That's all they... Would you get the Caniac combo or the box combo? That's what you're asking me? You're asking me, do I get 4 or 5 chicken tenders? I have to know. I have to know. Do you get the 4-piece combo or do you get the 5-piece combo? Do you get it with the toast or do you get it with the coleslaw? What is wrong with you people? Seriously, you're retarded. You have a developmental disorder and you're retarded. And you should feel bad. You should feel bad for asking.
You should feel bad.
What do you get at Raising
You're
Cane's?
retarded and you should feel bad.
What do you mean? If I get it, what's your Raising Cane's order? What? What's your Pizza Hut order? Pizza. What's your go-to when you go to Pizza Hut? Yeah, pizza. That's, no, the sushi's really.
Area and $$60.
Yeah.
Instead of creating an America First Party that could split voters and help Democrats, why not reform the GOP from within first and transition supporters gradually? If not, why?
Great question.
Guardian sent $20. Where has Christine from Ohio been?
I don't know. I think she's, I don't want to dox her, but I think she's taking a vacation.
Infamous Not Sack sent $100. Larry Ellison started this thing, where TikTok now teaches you about the Holocaust. It was never about China. Did you hear about how one of the victims in Sydney was also one of the victims in October 7th?
Thank you for the big super chat. It's crazy. That's so crazy.
Thanks for everything you do.
Man, that's crazy.
We are at war and I'm ready to fight with whatever tool I make. Sorry you have so many dumb followers.
Yeah, you're probably one of
134 cents $20. I just said this because the super chat sucked tonight. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
It's hilarious. Fucking
That's sent $20. The U.S. died when the Civil War ended, not giving the South an option to deport the slaves, and thinking that an all Anglo-Saxon society would give up their identity and allow immigration.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting take.
Sent $25.
Take,
yeah. Be led by the Holy Spirit and be blessed.
Thank you.
Jim McNeek sent $20. Nick, I'm glad you thugged it out for all these years. It's inspirational because I imagine you went through a lot of doubt, but you're changing more good shit here than any politician, man.
Thank you, man.
Spencer Dixon sent $20. What's your beef with Greg Moore? I watched him earlier this year because I'm converting to Catholicism, and then I started seeing clips of you calling his wife a crazy bitch and whatnot. Just a couple weeks ago, he put out an episode calling you an example of a bad person.
He's a Jew. Okay. He's a Jew who's been attacking me for years, lying about me.
Boy sent $20.
He's lying.
That transformed San Francisco and Colorado because of gold. Take the sponsorship. Pulse 55 cent $20. Will you be watching the End of Day fight? Stay safe, Dick.
Yeah, when is it?
On 1234 cent $50. Did you see the women cops in Australian power?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Time to get women out of protection services and politics.
Well, that's really base for you to say that.
There's no such thing as an America First Muslim.
Really?
Lindsay sent $20.
Tell me more.
I'm disgusted with my country. Looking for an American drag wife so I can have a green card and have some blonde hair, blue-eyed babies. In your opinion, is Canada cooked?
Yeah, it's done. It's over.
Flip even sent $20. Thanks for everything you do. It is inspiring. We are in a war and I'm ready to fight with whatever tool I am able. Sorry you have so many dumb followers. Hum2 sent $30. I'm afraid Lab will fold when Teal offers him adrenochrome and a face transplant from the world's largest skin bank. Yeah. 99 cents, $50. Feels like the super chats are being carpet bombed with the dumbest mistakes imaginable. Like someone with only cheap comments on okay. Meadow 1998 cent $20. First time ever joining someone's live and recent dish follower. I literally laughed watching your episodes. My older brother is concerned I'd like you small. Please tell him he's faking game.
Okay, thank you for that. Glad you like it. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. Wow, that was really entertaining and fun. Wow, good to be back, you know. I'm glad to be back. I missed that. That was really enjoyable, and I was upset that I didn't get to do that for the past 3 days. All right, well, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. What are the Raising Cane's order? That's great. So what's the deal with Catholics and Protestants? Raising Cane's order? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? It's like, am I being accosted in like a fucking home for the mentally disabled? That was crazy. Well, that's it. That's the last super chat. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thank you to our top super chatters. Big special thank you to Thomas Cruz, F.S. Smith, Argo, Dalmatian Dad, Dedel Strumpf, Israel Disrespecter, Cy Sorcerer, Cody Fisher, Girthy Groiper, New York Groipers, Horseshoe Theory Optimist, Edmund Fitzgerald, Texan Taylor, UKN, Hyman Hunter, great, Shabbos Eberberg, Not Sod, Colonel Fatty, Pragmatic Culture, Mustang, Joe Time, I Could Be Your Grandma, Candace Owens Groiper, and Infamous Nutsack. Special thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
It's going